C1334 Tempering in Golden Celestial Trees Liquid. Chapter 1334 Tempering in Golden Celestial Trees Liquid. The most golden celestial tree liquid I have seen is not even a tenth of the amount in your hands, and that was a 300,000-year-old golden celestial tree. Princess Maya said. The golden celestial tree I found was a few million years old, Yuan revealed. A few million years? Are you sure? That would be ridiculous. Princess Maya didn't want to believe it. What is this golden celestial tree? Huang Xiao inquired. Huang Chen responded first, it's a valuable treasure, priceless even, that serves multiple purposes. Its leaves can be used to concoct powerful pills, and its wood can be utilized in crafting spiritual treasures. However, the most valuable resource it offers is the liquid, known to enhance one's talent and physique. Even a few drops of that liquid go for tens of millions of spirit stones. The value of the golden celestial tree also increases with age, added Princess Maya. Most trees don't start growing leaves until they are around 50,000 years old, and they only grow 1 or 2 leaves every 1,000 years. As for the liquid, it only produces a few drops every 10,000 years, after they reach 100,000 years old. Wow! Huang Xiao muttered in a dazed voice. Anyways, do you plan on using that liquid to temper your body? You only have 2 days, which might not be enough. Princess Maya asked Yuan a moment later. This is the only thing that might help me at this moment, so I have to use it even if I waste some of it, he sighed. In that case, I won't try to convince you otherwise, as much as it breaks my heart to see such precious resources going to waste. Yuan then asked, do you know how I use this liquid to temper my body? Do I pour it into water and submerge my body in it, or do I drink it? You want to drink the golden celestial tree's liquid? Are you insane? That will kill you. Princess Maya exclaimed in a startled manner. Just like any other medicine, you dilute it with water and soak your body in it, she continued. I see. Yuan retrieved his cauldron and filled it with pure water that was produced from a treasure foam Wuxia had given him around the same time he started tempering his body. This treasure allowed him to create water that contained 0 impurity as long as he charged it with enough spiritual energy, so he could temper his body no matter where he was located. After filling the cauldron with water, Yuan used his alchemy flames to boil the water. Eventually, Yuan removed the seal on the gourd and began pouring the golden celestial tree's liquid into the cauldron, quickly turning the water gold. However, when Princess Maya saw this, her eyes popped out of its sockets, and she screamed in a horrified voice, Ich. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Startled by her yelling, Yuan hastily halted his actions. Huh? What's wrong? Yuan looked at her with a puzzled expression, as he was doing exactly what she instructed him to do. You crazy son of a bitch. A few drops of the golden celestial tree's water is more than enough to temper a giant for an entire month. Princess Maya explained the reason for her hysterical reaction. Oh. Yuan looked at the gourd and realized that had already poured 1/3 of its content, which could have tempered a giant for several decades. Ah. What a waste. What a damn waste of resources. Princess Maya sighed with a throbbing pain in her heart and tears flowing down her face. It's still a little too early to call it wasted, don't you think? Yuan said with a calm smile on his face. A little too early? Please. There's no way you can absorb even 1/10 of this resource in a year, much less 2 days. Princess Maya looked at him with a slight frown. Then I better get started right now. Without waiting another moment, Yuan began to remove his clothes. Wah! Huang Xiao's face flushed with redness after seeing this. Princess Maya immediately turned around, her face also burning red. At least give us a warning. Sorry. After entering the cauldron, Yuan immediately started to absorb the golden celestial tree's liquid. It isn't painful at all. Yuan was taken aback when he started tempering his body and felt no pain. Instead, he experienced a peculiar sensation of pleasure, as though every inch of his body was being gently massaged. He had braced himself for excruciating pain, anticipating an intense ordeal given the reputation of the golden celestial tree as a potent treasure, but that expected discomfort never materialized. Omicron soon, a delicate golden light enveloped Yuan's body. If one could peer into the interior of his body, they would witness his veins and bones radiating a resplendent golden glow. What is happening? Princess Maya swallowed nervously when she could see Yuan's aura growing stronger with every passing second. While it wasn't unprecedented for individuals to undergo significant growth in a short amount of time under the influence of heaven-defying treasures, Yuan's case was different. He wasn't consuming any ordinary treasure, rather, he was tempering his body in the liquid of the golden celestial tree, which would take much longer to show any results compared to consuming treasures. Moreover, the liquid from a golden celestial tree is renowned for being exceedingly challenging to absorb, even when significantly diluted. This isn't possible. He's not just tempering his body with a few drops of golden celestial tree liquid, but several cups of it, which should have severely slowed down his absorption rate. But why does it seem like it had sped up his absorption rate instead? Princess Maya's initial shock transformed into sheer terror as she comprehended the magnitude of Yuan's extraordinary undertaking. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoli and her family had no idea what was occurring before them, and not wanting to spend all of their time staring at Yuan, they eventually flew towards the bed to rest. Chapter 1335 Tempering in Golden Celestial Trees Liquid, 2. Chapter 1335 Tempering in Golden Celestial Trees Liquid, 2. As Yuan absorbed more and more of the liquid, he sensed his cultivation reaching its utmost limit. However, just as it seemed poised to break through, it encountered an abrupt halt, as if something were obstructing its progress. The notifications continued spamming for several minutes until it became silent, almost as if it knew that it was doing something pointless. However, while Yuan couldn't break past Spirit King, since he was continuously absorbing the golden celestial tree's liquid, all of the spiritual energy he absorbed had to go somewhere. Within Yuan's Dantian, there was a ceaseless attempt to break through and expand, akin to a human futilely trying to kick down an indestructible or unopenable door. When the Dantian failed to achieve a breakthrough, all the accumulated spiritual energy would be expelled from it, redirecting to further temper Yuan's body. In a weird twist of fate, his inability to achieve a breakthrough was quite the fortuitous event for his current situation, enabling him to expedite the tempering of his body more rapidly than if he were simultaneously enhancing both his cultivation and physique. What a terrifying rate of progression. He's definitely not human. Princess Maya swallowed nervously, witnessing Yuan's physique undergo a staggering transformation. At the rate Yuan was absorbing the golden celestial tree's liquid, he would, without doubt, finish absorbing all of its power within the 2-day limit. His body isn't just a bottomless pit, it's a limitless black hole that devours anything it touches. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Out of curiosity and boredom, Huang Xiaoli went to watch Yuan temper his body with Princess Maya, who had been staring at Yuan without blinking even once throughout this entire time. "How's it going?" Huang Xiaoli asked Princess Maya. However, there was no response from Princess Maya. Huang Xiaoli turned to look at her. "Are you okay?" Huang Xiaoli was startled when she saw Princess Maya's expression, who looked like she was being haunted by a ghost. Princess Maya eventually snapped out of her daze to wipe the sweat forming on her forehead. "He's truly a monster. It's only been 24 hours, and he's already absorbed 75% of the treasure," she said. "What? I thought you said," "I know what I said, but to be frank, he's not human. I've never witnessed any human, giant, beast, or entity for that matter, possess such monstrous talents," admitted Princess Maya. "I knew he was special, but I didn't expect for it to be to such a degree." "Do you think he'll defeat his next opponent?" Huang Xiaoli asked. "I don't know what will happen." Princess Maya shook her head. Even after giving him such praises? I'm not saying that he will lose. I simply don't know what to expect, as this is my first time seeing someone temper their body using so much golden celestial trees liquid. Just as Princess Maya finished her sentence, something inexplicable occurred before them. Inside the cauldron, Yuan's body, which had been emanating a shimmering golden light, suddenly intensified. The light became so bright that it overwhelmed the lights in the room and nearly covered the entire room, almost as if the sun had appeared in the room. Wah! What is going on? Huang Shaoli exclaimed as she covered her eyes. Then, just as swiftly as the light intensified, it vanished. Upon regaining visibility, the two ladies quickly observed Yuan's condition. What in heaven's name? Huang Shaoli subconsciously muttered in a puzzled voice after seeing Yuan, who seemed to be adorned in a semi-transparent golden armor that hadn't been present before. The golden armor encased Yuan's body seamlessly, devoid of any excess space, almost as though it were an integral part of his skin. Do you know what's happening? Huang Shaoli turned to Princess Maya for answers. Meanwhile, Princess Maya had a look of disbelief on her face. After a moment of silence, without providing any further explanation, Princess Maya turned around, soared toward the door, and swiftly exited the room. Her puzzling actions left Huang Shaoli speechless. She turned to look at Yuan again and muttered in a bittersweet voice, "What did you do this time, Yuan?" Meanwhile, after leaving the room, Princess Maya made her way to the treasure room, where her family stored all of its valuable treasures. This room wasn't accessible by anyone other than the giant Emperor Kulas himself, so when Princess Maya showed up, she was quickly blocked by the guards there. "Princess? What are you doing here? Get out of my way." Without giving any explanation, Princess Maya smacked one of the guards, sending him flying. "Princess?" The other guards were shocked by her sudden aggression and didn't know how to react. When Princess Maya tried to enter the treasure room, the guards snapped out of their daze and tried to stop her. "What do you think you are doing, Princess? Only His Majesty is allowed to enter the royal treasury. You know this." "Shut up. This is an emergency," Princess Maya shouted, followed by slapping another guard. "Call His Majesty." The guards didn't dare to attack Princess Maya or use too much force against her since she was Giant Emperor Kulas' favorite child, so they could only block her with their bodies and call for help. "Your Majesty. There's been an emergency." Princess Maya suddenly showed up at the royal treasury with the intent of entering. When the guards tried to stop her, she attacked them. A guard relayed this news to Giant Emperor Kulas, who was in the middle of something. Giant Emperor Kulas frowned upon hearing this news and sighed inwardly. What is that little brat doing? He stood up and said a moment later, "I understand. I will take a look for myself what she's up to." C1336 Golden Immortal Physique. Chapter 1336 Golden Immortal Physique. Get out of my way, you idiots. I am in a hurry. Princess Maya shouted at the guards as she beat them. However, no matter how much the guards were beaten, they refused to let her enter the royal treasury, sacrificing their bodies to block her. "Please calm down, Princess. If you're troubled, you should speak with your father. I don't have the time for that." Eventually, Princess Maya managed to overpower the guards and reached the door to the royal treasury. Just as she prepared to kick down the door, a calm voice resounded behind her. "What do you think you are doing?" Princess Maya didn't need to look behind to see who was standing behind her and said, "Father, this is an emergency, please let me enter the royal treasury." Giant Emperor Kulas was taken aback by his daughter's calm demeanor, indicating that she was of sound mind and not acting recklessly. "Then answer this question. What are you trying to acquire from the treasury?" Giant Emperor Kulas asked. Hearing his question, Princess Maya answered without hesitation, "I'm going to get the golden droplet." Giant Emperor Kulas frowned upon hearing this, and he continued to inquire, "Why do you need the golden droplet?" "I thought I only needed to answer one question, Father. If you keep delaying me, it'll be your fault if the golden immortal physique fails to be born," Princess Maya asserted. The golden immortal physique? The expression on Giant Emperor Kulas' face became filled with shock, as though he was grappling with the incredibility of what he had just heard. "Don't tell me Yuan is..." Giant Emperor Kulas immediately used his divine sense to find Yuan. Upon seeing Yuan submerged in a cauldron filled with gold-colored water and his body adorned with the semi-transparent golden armor, Giant Emperor Kulas was overcome with excitement, his entire being trembling with awe. Then, without hesitation, Giant Emperor Kulas kicked down the door to the royal treasury, shocking the guards there. "Your Majesty." The guards couldn't believe what they were witnessing. "I'll do this myself." Giant Emperor Kulas rushed into the treasury before Princess Maya and grabbed a specific bottle resting on a shelf. This bottle contained a solitary drop of golden liquid that appeared to be entirely solid, taking on the form of a tear-shaped drop. Princess Maya smiled after seeing her father's reaction, but she wasn't surprised. After acquiring what he needed, Giant Emperor Kulas rushed out of the treasury and said to the guards as he disappeared toward the direction of Yuan's room, "If anything leaves that treasury, I will have all of your heads." "Why yes, Your Majesty. Sorry about the trouble." Princess Maya gave them a quick apology before following Giant Emperor Kulas to Yuan's room. Upon reaching their destination, Giant Emperor Kulas entered Yuan's room and shrunk his size to that of a human size. He then flew to the cauldron with Yuan, who was still completely immersed in his tempering. "Why, you're the Emperor. Why are you here?" Huang Shaoli was startled by his sudden appearance. However, Giant Emperor Kulas did not respond to her, as he was too wholly engrossed in observing Yuan to hear her. "It's truly the golden immortal physique. I can't believe I'm witnessing its birth with my own eyes." Giant Emperor Kulas swallowed nervously. "What are you waiting for, father? Hurry up and throw in the golden droplet." Princess Maya slapped him in the back, snapping him out of his daze. Giant Emperor Kulas immediately opened the bottle and poured the golden droplet into Yuan's cauldron. As the golden droplet touched the surface of the water, it promptly melted, transforming the diluted gold water into pure gold, mirroring the appearance of molten gold. At the same time, Yuan experienced an intense craving sensation throughout his body, as if his entire being was starving for energy, and it suddenly became much easier to absorb the treasure. "What is this sensation? It's so comfortable." Description: your body has surpassed perfection, attaining a physique thought to only exist in legends. Ding! Yuan was too absorbed in his tempering to notice the notifications before him. Did it succeed? Princess Maya asked her father sometime later. "I'm not sure since this is my first time seeing the golden immortal physique," he shook his head. "Golden immortal physique? What's that?" Huang Shaoli asked, hoping to finally get some answers. "It's a legendary physique that was thought to only exist during the primordial era," Princess Maya explained while her eyes remained focused on Yuan. "The golden immortal physique is recognized as the #1 physique for body refiners because of its near impenetrable defense and immense raw strength," Giant Emperor Kulas continued to explain. "It first manifested in a cultivator who would later be known as the Golden Immortal, who stood as the most formidable body refiner in the divine heavens during the primordial era, unmatched by any. His godlike physique could deflect even celestial-grade weapons, withstand the most potent techniques, and he possessed the strength to pulverize stars into dust with his bare hands. The golden immortal physique is also unlike any ordinary physique in the sense that it can only be attained through body tempering, meaning one cannot be born with it. There is only one known method of acquiring it, by tempering one's body in the golden celestial trees liquid. With that being said, not everyone who tempers their body in the golden celestial trees liquid will acquire the golden immortal physique. Countless body refiners have undergone tempering in the golden celestial trees liquid across many eras, but there have only ever been 3 individuals who acquired the golden immortal physique, with the golden immortal being one of them, Giant Emperor Kulas clarified. Chapter 1337 Golden Immortal Physique, 2. Chapter 1337 Golden Immortal Physique, 2. There is a way to discern if someone has a chance to acquire the golden immortal physique. If a semi-transparent golden armor materializes on the individual during their tempering, they possess what's known as an incomplete golden immortal physique. Giant Emperor Kulas continued. To fully attain the golden immortal physique, they must promptly temper in golden immortal spirit essence, created by combining a golden droplet with the golden celestial trees liquid. What's a golden droplet? Huang Shaoli asked, her expression filled with curiosity. It's a treasure even more valuable than the golden celestial trees liquid. Possessing heaven-defying properties, it can elevate the grade of any treasure by several levels, said Princess Maya. For example, it can turn a divine-grade treasure into a mythic, even Empyrean-grade treasure. Of course, it can also immensely increase the potency of any medicine-type treasure like the golden celestial trees liquid. Wow! This is my first time hearing about such a treasure. How does one even find them? Huang Shaoli asked. They can rarely be found in the starry world, left behind by mythical rocks known as golden meteoroids as they soar through the void. Giant Emperor Kulas said. These golden meteoroids are indestructible and move at a speed that even the fastest cultivators cannot follow. Naturally, they are incredibly rare as well. Only 2 golden droplets have been found in the last million years. After a brief pause, Giant Emperor Kulas spoke in a solemn voice. Honestly, I once strived to attain the golden immortal physique, which is why I possess the golden droplet. Unfortunately, I have never manifested the golden armor even after a dozen attempts over the past 500,000 years. And you gave the golden droplet to Yuan despite that? I'm in awe of your generosity, Huang Shaoli remarked. I have already relinquished such a dream. If I cannot attain the golden immortal physique myself, I want, at the very least, to contend with someone who possesses it. If my rival, Tian Yang, can attain the golden immortal physique, I cannot ask for anything better, he responded with a smile. Do you think he'll finish before the tournament resumes? Princess Maya suddenly asked. Is the tournament more important than the golden immortal physique? I couldn't care less about the tournament as long as he acquires the golden immortal physique. Giant Emperor Kulas declared. However, I do hope that he manages to finish before the tournament resumes. Giant Emperor Kulas proceeded to take a sit down. You're going to stay here and watch? Princess Maya asked after seeing his action. Of course. Do you think I'd miss the birth of the golden immortal physique? I'd even risk my life to witness such a historical moment, he scoffed. About an hour after Yuan acquired the golden immortal physique, the water in the cauldron, resembling melted gold, began to lose its color, swiftly returning to its diluted texture. 6 hours later, the water had nearly lost all of its color, reverting to its normal appearance of plain water. This monster in human skin. Giant Emperor Kulas sighed inwardly after witnessing Yuan's absorption rate with his own eyes. It would have taken him several decades to absorb such powerful treasure, yet Yuan was able to do it in several hours. Yuan opened his eyes shortly after he finished his body tempering session. Giant Emperor? What are you doing here? Yuan was startled when the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Giant Emperor Kulas glaring at him intently. Giant Emperor Kulas silently smiled for a moment before speaking. How do you feel? Yuan inspected his body and said, a lot stronger. It would be strange if you weren't stronger after absorbing so much treasure. And you even attained the golden immortal physique. Exclaimed Giant Emperor Kulas. Golden immortal physique? What's that? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Listen here, you, Giant Emperor Kulas proceeded to explain the entire situation to him. A physique that can only be forged through body tempering, huh? Yuan had a smile on his face after realizing his achievement. Wait, does this mean that I currently possess 2 different physiques? Is that even possible? It's exceedingly rare, but it's definitely possible. Giant Emperor Kulas stood up, patted his robes, and continued, anyways, the tournament will resume soon. Show me what the golden immortal physique can do or I'll personally skin you alive for wasting my resources. Yuan smiled, thank you for the golden droplet. Giant Emperor Kulas causally waved his arm and left the room shortly after. Princess Maya decided to stay for a little longer. Even though I said that I wouldn't give you any treasures, I ended up betraying my own words. With that being said, I do not regret it at all. As a body refiner, I cannot imagine anything more honorable than being involved in the birth of the legendary golden immortal physique. I'm looking forward to your next match. Princess Maya left the room shortly after. You should get some rest. I'm also going to get some sleep. Huang Shaoli said to him before flying to the bed. Sometime later, Yuan tossed the cauldron back into his spatial ring and got dressed. Even if I want to get some rest, there's too much energy in my body to sleep. Yuan felt a strong urge to unleash the energy inside his body, but he refrained from doing so, not wanting to waste any energy before the tournament resumed. Instead, he looked at his character's status to see what the Golden Immortal Physique did to his body. Name: Yuan. Cultivation, 9th level Spirit King Bloodline, Immortal Monarch Bloodline Physique, Heaven Refining Physique, Golden Immortal Physique. Physical Strength, Mental Strength, Soul Strength, Physical Defense, Mental Defense. Title: Golden Immortal Physique. Description: increases your physical strength by and physical defense by. Yuan's eyes widened when he observed the effects of the Golden Immortal Physique. In his experience, the presence of a question mark suggested that the number was larger than what the system could handle. However, even without the system's help, he could vaguely tell how much stronger he was compared to previously. C1338 Supreme Physiques. Chapter 1338 Supreme Physiques. Golden Immortal Physique. This is my first time hearing about it. She merely muttered in a somewhat dazed voice after witnessing Yuan's situation. Xiao then said, I have heard about it from my father before. In the 9 heavens, 3 supreme physiques reign supreme, each standing resolutely at the pinnacle of its own category. Brother Yuan's Golden Immortal Physique is the supreme physique for body refiners who temper their body. Then there's the Harmonic Spirit Constitution, which is known as the Supreme Physique for Cultivation. As for the 3rd Supreme Physique, I wasn't told about it, so I don't know anything about it. Is the Harmonic Spirit Constitution created like the Golden Immortal Physique? Or can one be born with it? She merely inquired. Xiao shook her head, saying, I don't know. Information about the Supreme Physiques is extremely scarce due to their rarity, and even those who possess such knowledge prefer to keep it to themselves. That makes sense. She merely turned to look at Yuan and sighed. He's taken another massive leap in prowess. Makes me wonder when he'll slow down, if that is even possible. Unbeknownst to everyone there, this was just the beginning of Yuan's true ascension to the peak of the world. Meanwhile, Yuan was still unaware of the changes currently occurring within his body, that the Heaven Refining Physique and the Golden Immortal Physique were slowly fusing together. A few hours later, Princess Maya returned to the room to notify Yuan that the tournament would resume shortly. Yuan and the Huang family made their way back to the tournament area while Princess Maya sat in the royal family's seating area. Junior sister Maya, I have been hearing a weird rumor lately, that you've taken interest in a human. Princess Maya turned to look at the handsome man sitting right beside her and responded, And what are you doing here, senior brother Hellak? I thought I was the only one who was interested in the tournament. Indeed, you were the only one interested, at least until I heard that a mere human had managed to best Royal Guard Basar, my personal guard. Princess Maya smiled. So you've also taken an interest in a human, is what you are telling me? This handsome man with a tanned body was Prince Hellak, one of Princess Maya's older brothers. Ha! That's a great joke. As if I would ever be interested in a mere human. I just want to see for myself what kind of pathetic trick this human has up his sleeve. There's no way a mere human could defeat a royal guard in a fair match, Prince Hellak scoffed. Have you forgotten the fact that father's rival is also a human? That human is the very same one who defeated Royal Guard Basar. Princess Maya reminded him. Father is getting old. He's not as sharp as he used to be. Oh. Who is getting old now? Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly approached him from behind. Father. Prince Hellak felt his heart skip a beat when he sensed Giant Emperor Kulas' cold gaze on him. Fortunately for Prince Hellak, Giant Emperor Kulas didn't say anything else and silently took his seat. When the judge noticed Giant Emperor Kulas' presence, he announced, the tournament will resume shortly. A few minutes later, the judge shouted out loud, 7th match. Royal General Ozer and Tianyang. Hearing his name, Yuan immediately jumped onto the stage and patiently waited for his opponent. A few moments later, a human-sized figure strolled onto the stage with a calm demeanor. An old man? Yuan raised his eyebrows upon seeing his opponent. Not only did this person appear to be human, but he also looked like an ordinary frail old man. However, Yuan wasn't deceived by the old man's frail appearance. Despite his aged look, the man not only boasted the impressive cultivation of an 8th-level divine warrior but also exuded a palpable sense of confidence from every pore of his body. It's the commander of the Royal Guards, Royal General Ozer. I thought he'd retired. Why is he participating in this tournament? The audience was greatly surprised by this old man's appearance. Ha ha ha. I cannot believe it. His luck must be dog's hit to be paired with the strongest guard on the continent. Prince Hellak burst out laughing. Not only was Royal General Ozer the strongest guard on the continent, but he used to work directly under Giant Emperor Kulas, being his right-hand man. Omicron M. Only someone of General Ozer's caliber could bring out the golden immortal Physique's prowess. Giant Emperor Kulas smiled inwardly. Ever since I've heard about you, I've always wondered what kind of man could be worthy of being His Majesty's rival, General Ozer suddenly remarked. Oh. What do you think now that you're standing before him? Yuan asked. Royal General Ozer shook his head and sighed. I don't want to sound arrogant, but it is a bit disappointing. While you are definitely talented in your own right, you do not qualify to be His Majesty's rival. That's quite harsh even though we've yet to exchange fists. I have seen everything I need to during your match with that brat Royal Guard Basar. Unfortunately, you won't be able to endure even 3 punches from me. That was 2 days ago. A lot can happen in 2 days, you know. Not only are you unworthy, but you are also arrogant. Today, I shall help His Majesty realize that he was mistaken about you. In the ensuing moment, the seemingly delicate frame of Royal General Ozer underwent a profound metamorphosis. His slender limbs swelled, pulsating with bulging veins and burgeoning muscles, transcending his diminutive stature into a truly formidable and monstrous presence. Despite the overwhelming presence standing before him, Yuan remained oddly nonchalant. 3 punches, right? I won't move a muscle until you throw 3 punches at me, Yuan declared with a calm smile on his face. His intention wasn't mere arrogance, rather, he aimed to test the limits of his newfound strength. C1339 Royal General. Chapter 1339 Royal General, you arrogant human, I will make you regret overestimating yourself. I won't need more than a single punch to kill a bastard like you. Royal General Ozer immediately threw a punch without hesitation, his fist hurtling toward Yuan's face with overwhelming force, bending the space around his fist. Yuan remained true to his words, not moving a single muscle on his body despite the threatening scene unfolding before him. What is that dumbass doing? Is he begging to be killed? Does he really think he can endure 3 punches from Royal General Ozer? What an utter clown! Exclaimed a spectator in disbelief. Royal General Ozer's fist reached Yuan's face in the blink of an eye, and the spectators anticipated seeing Yuan losing his head in the next instant. The entire stage quivered at the moment of impact, and a powerful gust threatening to blow the audience off their feet swept the scene. However, in the wake of the destructive aftermath, a profound sense of puzzlement etched itself onto the faces of the audience as they beheld the unfolding scene on the stage. Yuan did not move an inch from his spot, and Royal General Ozer stood before him with his fist still firmly planted on his face, leaving the audience to wonder if Royal General Ozer had halted his punch right before the attack struck Yuan. However, judging by Royal General Ozer's shocked expression and the fact that his fist was actually touching Yuan's face, it was hard to believe that Yuan remained unscathed even if Royal General Ozer had pulled back his punch at the very last second. What transpired just now? Why did the general cease his punch? Did he really halt his strike? His fist is resolutely pressed against that human's face. Are we to believe that the human withstood the Royal General's fist and maintained an unmoved stance after the impact? Impossible. As the audience engaged in speculative murmurs, Royal General Ozer found himself paralyzed by the shocking outcome, as if grappling with profound disbelief, struggling to reconcile the events before him were real. What's going on? Why do my fists hurt? Why am I the one in pain? Striking Yuan brought back memories of his younger days when he had punched a wall out of anger, only to end up hurting himself in the process. However, he was no longer that weak child. He was the royal general of the royal family, one of the strongest warriors in the entire continent. Royal General Ozer eventually lowered his fist, revealing a smear of blood on Yuan's face. Of course, the blood did not belong to Yuan. Royal General Ozer had delivered such a powerful punch to Yuan that his own fist began to bleed, yet it appeared to have no discernible effect on Yuan, as evidenced by Yuan's unscathed condition and nonchalant demeanor. Princess Maya was rendered speechless, as was Giant Emperor Kulas. While both were aware of Yuan's possession of the golden immortal physique, they did not anticipate him emerging unscathed after directly facing Royal General Ozer's powerful punch. As for Prince Hellak, he firmly believed that Yuan had used some trick to block the attack. "That's one punch," Yuan said a moment later. Despite his calm voice, he was actually quite shocked inwardly at the outcome. The attack just now was at least 10 times stronger than Royal Guard Bar's strongest attack, yet I've managed to block it only using my bare body and without any treasures or techniques. Ha 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 ha. Royal General Ozer suddenly burst out laughing, dumbfounding everyone there. "It appears that I have underestimated you a little bit too much and used too little strength. Good. Very good. Let's see if you can withstand the next strike." Royal General Ozer claimed that he had gone easy on Yuan just now, but he knew very well that he had used 70% of his strength during that attack. Fuck. I have embarrassed myself before His Majesty. I must reclaim my face and kill this bastard with my next strike. Thinking this, Royal General Ozer began to gather his strength, taking his time to charge up his next attack, unlike the first strike. A few moments later, Royal General Ozer tossed out a punch that was even more devastating than the previous, aimed directly at Yuan's heart. "Die, you unworthy human brat." Royal General Ozer cursed inwardly as he unleashed his fully powered fist, driving it into Yuan's chest. The stage beneath Yuan's feet cracked upon impact, resonating with a sound reminiscent of a war drum that echoed profoundly in the ears of the audience. This is impossible. What are we witnessing right now?" The audience muttered in a dazed manner as they stared at the stage. Just like the previous strike, Royal General Ozer was unable to move Yuan from his spot, much less inflict any damage on him. By now, the audience had to accept the undeniable truth that Yuan had managed to endure 2 of Royal General Ozer's strikes, emerging completely unscathed. Royal General Ozer's second punch had enough power to completely obliterate a peak divine warrior with ease, yet it wasn't able to damage Yuan in the slightest. And no. This can't be happening. Royal General Ozer began walking backward, a terrified expression on his face. He had never experienced such helplessness before, not even when he was surrounded by enemies in the heat of battle. "I will not accept this. I refuse to acknowledge your existence." Royal General Ozer suddenly roared in a fit of rage before charging at Yuan once more, his entire being overflowing with spiritual energy. "Stop. What do you think you are doing?" The judge shouted in a panicked manner when he realized what Royal General Ozer was trying to do. "He's going to use a martial technique." Princess Maya stood up from her seat with a worried look on her face. Even if she wanted to help Yuan, she wouldn't be able to reach them in time. Finally, a real test. Despite his predicament, Yuan managed to put a smile on his face, even welcoming Royal General Ozer with open arms, a gesture that only further enraged the broken warrior. C1340 Prince Hellak. Chapter 1340 Prince Hellak. A pulsating purple aura, vibrant and ominous, shrouded Royal General Ozer's fists as he prepared to unleash a dual onslaught, hurling both fists simultaneously toward Yuan with immense killing intent. Spirit-forged pulse strike. Upon the impact of Royal General Ozer's strike, Yuan sensed a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupting within his body, as if it were threatening to detonate him from the inside. Yet, this intense sensation swiftly receded, and Yuan became aware of an enigmatic force within him actively quelling the chaotic energy, preventing any harm or upheaval. Progress, 1%. Yuan arched an eyebrow in surprise as a progress bar materialized before him. Having missed the initial notification during his body tempering, he was unaware that his physiques were currently in the process of merging. Nevertheless, he could discern that something profound was transpiring within his body. How are you still standing? Why are you still alive after being struck by my spirit-forged pulse strike? Royal General Ozer stammered in bewilderment. As Yuan observed Royal General Ozer, he could discern a mixture of terror and confusion etched across his face. How? I'm not so sure myself. Maybe it has something to do with you being a little too weak. Yuan responded with a calm smile. How dare you, have you not had enough yet, Ozer? Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly spoke, instantly silencing the entire place. Why, Your Majesty? Royal General Ozer had a devastated expression when he saw the look of disdain Giant Emperor Kulas was giving him. You have disgraced yourself today, Ozer. Not only did you break the tournament's rules, but you also tarnished your legacy with your ugly display. My disappointment is immeasurable. Royal General Ozer fell to his knees and began shedding tears the next moment. He wanted to beg for forgiveness, but he didn't have the courage to even respond. Giant Emperor Kulas looked at Yuan and spoke, since your opponent broke the rule and used a martial technique, he will automatically be disqualified, so this match is your win. However, I doubt you will be satisfied with this result. Sure enough, he felt a twinge of disappointment that the match concluded without him being able to throw a single punch. What do you have in mind? Yuan asked. Giant Emperor Kulas' gaze suddenly shifted towards the man sitting beside him, and he spoke with a profound smile on his face. How about a match with my oldest son? Of course, this match won't affect the tournament whether you win or lose. What? Prince Hellak exclaimed in a shocked voice. Princess Maya chuckled and said out loud, I believe that's a splendid notion, father. Elder brother, since you harbor doubts about his strength, there's no better way to dispel them than experiencing it firsthand. All right, I'll fight him. Yuan quickly agreed to the match. This bitch. Prince Hellak cursed inwardly after being tossed under the bus by Princess Maya. Hellak, get on the stage. Giant Emperor Kulas spoke in a commanding tone. But father, I am a prince and the eldest in the family. How can I possibly stand on the same stage as a human? Giant Emperor Kulas smiled innocently and said, the stage doesn't care about your status or birthright. It only recognizes strength. Besides, it's a friendly match and won't affect your standing as a prince. But, Giant Emperor Kulas abruptly released some of his aura, immediately silencing Prince Hellak. Elder brother, are you, by any chance, afraid of losing to him, a mere human? Princess Maya poked him where it hurt the most, his pride. Sure enough, when Prince Hellak heard such words, he clenched his jaw and leaped from the lofty perch of the spectators to the arena below, proving Princess Maya's provocation effective. I will make you regret looking down on royalty. Prince Hellak muttered in a cold voice. Yuan tilted his head and asked, how did you come to that conclusion? Prince Hellak proclaimed, the audacity to challenge me implies a disdainful gaze upon my stature. But it was your father who suggested this match. I merely agreed to it. Shut your mouth. That doesn't change anything. Yuan smiled and looked at Giant Emperor Kulas. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Speak. Giant Emperor Kulas responded with a curious gaze. I ask that my opponent be allowed to employ martial techniques. If the outcome of this match holds no bearing on the tournament, we need not be bound by its regulations. You. Prince Hellak had a dumbfounded look on his face after hearing Yuan's suggestion. Your words imply that only your opponent will be using martial techniques, or am I reading too much into it? Giant Emperor Kulas inquired. No, you are correct. I will not be using any martial techniques. How dare you? Prince Hellak's face flushed with redness after hearing this. While we are at it, I won't mind if he uses weapons, either. Yuan continued to speak, shocking the audience, as they had never seen such blatant disrespect towards Prince Hellak before. You've gone too far, you weak maggot. Prince Hellak released a beastly roar before charging at Yuan with a demon-like face. This guy's a 9th-level divine warrior. Yuan confronted Prince Hellak with a wide smile on his face. You'll be my warm-up before I face your father. Since when did humans learn how to bark so loud? Allow me to shut your mouth for eternity. Yuan and Prince Hellak immediately began exchanging fists with each other. What a heavy punch. Prince Hellak cried inwardly after blocking Yuan's punch for the first time. It was just an ordinary punch, yet Prince Hellak could feel his muscles screaming in pain and his bones cracking. Meanwhile, Yuan blocked all of Prince Hellak's strikes without any issues. Are my eyes deceiving me? That human is actually on par with His Highness, Prince Hellak. Shortly after their match commenced, the audience erupted in excitement with almost all of them cheering for Prince Hellak. Get him, Your Highness. Show that human the power of the giant race. The audience, under the impression that the two fighters were evenly matched, cheered for Prince Hellak, unaware that he was actually struggling to block Yuan's overwhelming strength. C1341 Golden Immortal Physiques Prowess. Chapter 1341 Golden Immortal Physiques Prowess. It only took a few exchanges for Prince Hellak to realize the immense difference between him and Yuan, who was clearly playing with him. Damn it! Where is his strength coming from? Prince Hellak cried inwardly. Each of Yuan's strikes possessed enough force to obliterate an entire mountain, and his bodhi's durability was just as impressive as his strength, if not even more terrifying. Faced with an opponent whose attacks he couldn't block and whose defenses he couldn't penetrate, Prince Hellak had no choice but to rely on his innate physique and the royal bloodline that flowed through his veins, swallowing his pride in the process. Great Mammoth Body Refinement. Prince Hellak activated the Great Mammoth Body Refinement that brought Giant Emperor Kulas to his position as Emperor of Giants. The next instant, Prince Hellak sensed an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being, giving him this feeling of invincibility. Externally, Prince Hellak's appearance remained largely unchanged. However, for those with a discerning eye, subtle signs revealed that his muscles were becoming more taut while maintaining their size. Empowered by this technique, Prince Hellak's strength and defense surged to a level at least 20 times greater than his original capabilities. Allow me to show you the power of my royal families. Before Prince Hellak could complete his sentence, Yuan's fist suddenly collided with his stomach, contorting Prince Hellak's face in agony before sending him to the edge of the stage the next moment. Ugh! Prince Hellak, after steadying himself, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The area where Yuan had struck still throbbed with intense pain. Sorry, did you just say something? Yuan pretended as though he didn't hear anything. Prince Hellak glared at Yuan with a look of disbelief on his face. Impossible. I am currently empowered by the Great Mammoth Body Refinement. Why is he still overpowering me to such a ridiculous degree? He couldn't comprehend the reason for their disparity, as it made no sense. Meanwhile, Princess Maya and Giant Emperor Kulas held a serious expression on their faces as they witnessed Yuan's growth. Since it's one of the most powerful physiques in existence, I expected the Golden Immortal Physique to be overwhelming, but I could have never predicted that it would be to such a terrifying degree. As Giant Emperor Kulas witnessed Yuan wield the overwhelming power of the Golden Immortal Physique, he couldn't help but be consumed by a profound sense of envy, realizing that he had failed to attain such power. It's hard to believe that he was on par with Royal Guard Baisar just 2 days ago. After attaining the Golden Immortal Physique, he's able to toy with elder brother Hellak, who is easily 100 times stronger than Royal Guard Baisar. Princess Maya found herself caught between excitement and terror as she contemplated the immense potential of Yuan's future. No way. That human is actually winning against His Highness? The audience became silent after Yuan blew away Prince Hellak, and they all held their breaths as they waited to see Prince Hellak's response. After wiping the blood from his mouth, Prince Hellak stood up and stared at Yuan with a serious expression. You're really something. I am starting to understand why my father is so obsessed with you. Prince Hellak sighed, his words carrying a profound acknowledgement of Yuan's exceptional prowess. With that being said, I refuse to lose to you. Prince Hellak closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they flickered with determination and resolution. I will now fight you with everything I've got, martial techniques and all. You can use a weapon too, Yuan said. My fists are my weapons. Understandable. The two of them fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Prince Hellak's entire being gushed with a black aura, and he exuded an overwhelming presence that forced the audience to back away from the stage. Dragon-slaying stance. Prince Hellak stood in a stance that resembled karate. The next instant, Prince Hellak moved so fast that it looked like head disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was standing right in front of Yuan. Dragon-slaying stance, beheading. Prince Hellak swung his arm in a chopping motion, aimed at Yuan's neck. Seeing this, Yuan quickly raised his arm to block the incoming attack. Shaw! As Yuan successfully intercepted the attack, the force behind it still pushed him backward. A tingling sensation lingered momentarily in the area where he had defended, swiftly fading away. What a deadly technique! Yuan thought to himself. If he hadn't acquired the golden immortal physique, that attack would have slashed his body in half with ease. In fact, even a peak divine master would suffer fatal injuries if they took it head-on. As for Prince Hellak, his bones broke into several pieces after the strike, but he ignored the pain and used his cultivation to quickly restore it. Mammoth-slaying stance. Prince Hellak suddenly changed his stance. After a brief pause, he jumped into the air and spun a few times in the air before dropping back down with immense force, using his legs to attack this time. Mammoth-slaying stance, pulverize. Yuan, in a display of determination, opted not to evade the impending strike. Instead, he boldly raised his arms above his head, standing steadfast as he awaited the oncoming assault. Boom! When Prince Hellak's strike connected, the force was so potent that it fractured the entire stage, leaving visible cracks that extended across the surface. The region directly beneath Yuan bore the brunt of the impact, forming a crater-shaped depression. As for the person who took in most of the impact, Yuan finally received some substantial damage to his arm. However, the injuries amounted to little more than a few broken bones, which healed in the blink of an eye. Progress, 2%. Prince Hellak immediately retreated after the attack, his face filled with bewilderment after seeing Yuan's seemingly unscathed condition. "Are you serious?" he muttered in a dazed voice. C1342 Fighting Giant Emperor Kulas. Chapter 1342 Fighting Giant Emperor Kulas. There's no way he's unscathed after that. Prince Hellak's body broke out in cold sweat. Had just used his strongest martial technique and poured all of his strength into that strike, which was strong enough to completely pulverize a peak divine master. Despite that, Yuan, who was only a mere spirit king, remained unharmed after taking the attack head-on. How the fuck am I supposed to defeat a monster like him? Prince Hellak could no longer see his path to victory. Should I forfeit? The thought of surrendering suddenly appeared in his mind. Huh? Did I just think about surrendering? Me? The prince? To a human? When he realized what had just done, an immense sense of shame collapsed on him like a tsunami. His face became enraged with all that anger pointed at himself. I will fight until my last breath. With a beastly howl and red eyes that seemed to reflect madness, Prince Hellak charged at Yuan with relentless ferocity. What happened to him? Yuan was puzzled by Prince Hellak's behavior, but it made countering his attacks much easier. How embarrassing. Princess Maya shook her head at Prince Hellak's display. Looks like the fight will end earlier than I'd anticipated. Giant Emperor Kulas sighed. Sure enough, Yuan did not enjoy fighting Prince Hellak in his current condition. In the end, Yuan, not wanting to prolong the fight, delivered a powerful punch to Prince Hellak's chest, sending him flying out of the stage and into the crowd. As Prince Hellak's body soared towards them, the audience tried to catch him, but the tremendous force sent both him and the people attempting to assist him flying. Winner, Tian Yang. The judge announced in a dazed manner. Wait. I am not. Prince Hellak extended his hand in a grasping motion at Yuan, but he lost consciousness the very next second. Ha 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 ha. After witnessing Yuan's extraordinary display of power, Giant Emperor Kulas couldn't contain his amusement and burst into hearty laughter. Not bad at all. He clapped his hands and applauded. Following his laughter, Giant Emperor Kulas leaped from his seat, making a grand entrance as he landed on the stage, resulting in the entire platform crumbling beneath his colossal presence. Giant Emperor Kulas, his eyes blazing with excitement, declared, originally, I planned to wait until the end of the tournament, but my desire to battle has overwhelmed me. Fight me now, Tianyang. Ding. What? Has the trial just started? What about my previous fights? Were they really just warm-ups? Yuan was left speechless after seeing the notification. However, since it led him to acquire the golden immortal physique, he didn't complain about it. Why not? Let's fight, he said with a smile. Giant Emperor Kulas suggested, let's relocate to a more suitable arena for our fight. With a snap of his fingers, the scenery transformed into a vast open field surrounded by towering mountains. All spectators were relocated to the mountaintops, ensuring an unobstructed view of their battle. Since you had to fight 2 consecutive matches before this one, do you need a moment to restore your energy? Giant Emperor Kulas asked. Thank you for your consideration, but I barely used any energy for those fights, so I don't need any rest. Yuan shook his head, a confident smile playing on his lips. However, Giant Emperor Kulas didn't accept his answer and tossed a pill at him. I insist. After all, I don't want to hear any excuses after I defeat you. Yuan caught the pill and shrugged, if you say so. He immediately felt refreshed after consuming the pill, but it didn't restore any energy to him since he was already at peak capacity. After seeing Yuan consume the pill, Giant Emperor Kulas shrunk his size to that of a human's size. Are you going easy on me? Yuan asked with raised eyebrows. I am not naive enough to underestimate you. Merely diminishing my physical stature does not equate to a decline in my strength. Being big, though advantageous in certain aspects, does not inherently enhance our power. It's mostly a symbol of our race as giants. Would you prefer me to expand to such colossal proportions that I could effortlessly crush you beneath a single foot? That would hardly be entertaining though, said Giant Emperor Kulas. Yuan could imagine Giant Emperor Kulas stepping on him like an ant. It would also be a nightmare to fight against such a colossal figure. Yuan eventually conceded that engaging in a battle of similar statures would be for the best. Giant Emperor Kulas seized a rock from the ground and proclaimed, I shall cast this rock into the heavens. The commencement of our battle shall be marked by the moment this rock descends and touches the earth. With a mere flick of his finger, Giant Emperor Kulas propelled the rock into the sky, where it swiftly vanished beyond the clouds in the blink of an eye. In anticipation of the rock's descent, the world fell silent and seemed to shrink, leaving only Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas in a suspended moment, as if they were the sole inhabitants of existence. A few moments later, the rock emerged from the clouds, hurtling towards the earth with the velocity of a miniature meteor. Thud. The very moment the rock made contact with the ground, the figures of both Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas vanished into thin air, only to reappear instantaneously directly before each other, and their fists were already in the midst of a punching motion. Dong! As their fists collided, a resounding impact echoed through the air, accompanied by visible cracks that seemed to fracture the space around their fists. It was as if the sheer force of their punches had reached such an extraordinary magnitude that it shattered the very fabric of space itself. With their fists still in contact, Giant Emperor Kulas let out a thunderous roar, a wide smile gracing his face. I have waited thousands of years for this moment, Tianyang. Chapter 1343 Fighting Giant Emperor Kulas, 2. Chapter 1343 Fighting Giant Emperor Kulas, 2. Amid their clash, neither Yuan nor Giant Emperor Kulas yielded an inch, suggesting that they were of equal strength. The spectators were rendered speechless, overcome with awe at the sight unfolding before them. In their eyes, Giant Emperor Kulas stood as an unparalleled force, making the sight of a mere human successfully blocking his fist and maintaining an unwavering stance seem an impossible feat following a momentary pause in their clash, as if both were contemplating engaging each other's strength. Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas simultaneously unleashed another punch, resuming the intense battle between their formidable forces. One after another, they kept throwing punches, not pausing even when their fists were blocked. The battle continued relentlessly, with cracks in the air getting bigger after each clash. In just a minute, they exchanged over 100 strikes, leaving the area around them utterly devastated. Despite the apparent profundity of their clash, both refrained from employing any techniques, relying solely on the prowess of their bare bodies and raw strength. The velocity of their punches escalated, rendering it increasingly challenging to intercept. Inevitably, they abandoned the attempt to block each other's fists and transitioned to a direct exchange of body blows. As expected of the Emperor of Giants, his punches are lethal. It's akin to a jackhammer relentlessly attempting to create holes in my body, even with my golden immortal physique. Yuan could feel sharp pain throughout his body every time Giant Emperor Kulas landed a punch on his body. Yet, Giant Emperor Kulas found himself in no better condition than Yuan. When was the last time I felt such pain? This is exhilarating. He chuckled inwardly, embracing the intense sensation with a twisted sense of delight. They continued pummeling each other for the ensuing 5 minutes until Giant Emperor Kulas spoke. Shall we bring this up a notch? I couldn't ask for more. Yuan grinned. Golden Mountain body refinement. Great Mammoth body refinement. Having enhanced their bodies with a body refinement technique, Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas propelled the prowess of their attacks to unprecedented levels. Their punches now possessed a potency capable of shaking the very foundations of the entire world. Ha ha ha. This is magnificent. This is exactly what I've been yearning for. Giant Emperor Kulas laughed, as if caught in a frenzy of exhilaration. Yuan, too, wore a broad smile on his face as he confronted his most formidable opponent to date. Are my eyes deceiving me? That human cultivator, who is only a spirit king, is exchanging blows with Giant Emperor Kulas, who is at the 3rd level Divine Master. He's not just exchanging blows, he's fighting with his bare hands. Against the Emperor of Giants, who is recognized as the strongest entity on the continent. The audience didn't want to believe their eyes even though they were witnessing it firsthand. In the blink of an eye, half an hour has passed since Yuan began his brawl with Giant Emperor Kulas. Not enough. This is not nearly enough to satisfy me, Tianyang. Let's stop holding back and start fighting as if our lives depended on it, just like old times. Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly surged with a tyrannical aura that could be felt even by the spectators hundreds of miles away. Witnessing this transformation in Giant Emperor Kulas, Yuan could no longer afford to hold back. He activated his dragon transformation, propelling his prowess to ascend towards the heavens with an unprecedented surge. Giant Emperor Kulas broke out in cold sweat after sensing Yuan's tyrannical aura. Ah! That overwhelming presence, this feeling of helplessness. You haven't changed since the first day we met, Tianyang. Giant Emperor Kulas held a nostalgic expression on his face. And just like in the past, I shall use all of my strength to fight you. Giant Emperor Kulas raised his head and unleashed a colossal howl towards the heavens, its force alone splitting the clouds asunder. In the blink of an eye, a semi-transparent golden armor materialized on Giant Emperor Kulas, reminiscent of the golden armor that enveloped Yuan during his tempering in the liquid of the golden celestial tree. I may have failed to attain the golden immortal physique, but I managed to acquire the incomplete golden immortal physique. While it's nowhere near as powerful as the real deal, it still boasts tremendous power. Giant Emperor Kulas revealed his trump card. Here I come, Tianyang. Come, Giant Emperor Kulas. Yuan greeted him with an excited grin, ready to face the heightened challenge with enthusiasm. Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas vanished into thin air the very next instant. The audience expected their reappearance when they inevitably clashed with each other, but that didn't happen. Instead, massive craters suddenly marred the ground, accompanied by a thunderous noise and the emergence of substantial cracks in the air, almost as if they were fighting in another dimension. What is happening? Why can't I see them? They are moving so fast that we cannot perceive them with our bare eyes. Without using any movement techniques? Is that even possible? It is when your raw strength surpasses common sense. Yuan and Giant Emperor Kulas remained concealed from the spectators for the next several minutes, building anticipation, until suddenly, Gah! A pained cry reverberated, followed by the reappearance of Giant Emperor Kulas' figure, yet he looked entirely different from when the spectators last witnessed him. His once imposing appearance was now disheveled, and his bloodied body bore numerous fist-sized dents, looking like he'd just returned from a horrendous torture section. Yuan, too, materialized shortly afterward. Despite appearing a bit roughed up, he was in a significantly better state, presenting a striking contrast to the brutally battered form of Giant Emperor Kulas. Giant Emperor Kulas coughed out a mouthful of blood and wiped his bloodied lips with a smile on his face as he glared at Yuan. This match is your victory, Tianyang. Dead silence settled over the audience as they absorbed Giant Emperor Kulas' declaration of defeat. After a moment of stunned silence, an eruption of shock and disbelief echoed through the air. His Majesty lost to a mere human? That's not possible. I must be dreaming. Unsurprisingly, the audience responded with denial. The notion of Giant Emperor Kulas losing seemed inconceivable, a scenario that could never manifest even in their wildest dreams. Yet, such a scenario had occurred, and it happened right before their very eyes. C1344 Defeating Giant Emperor Kulas. Chapter 1344 Defeating Giant Emperor Kulas. Yuan ignored the notifications and approached Giant Emperor Kulas. That was an exceptional battle, Giant Emperor. Thanks to you, I now have a clear understanding of my current strength. Yuan extended his hand, offering a handshake with a sincere smile on his face. Giant Emperor Kulas gripped Yuan's hand firmly and expressed, I had hoped to finally defeat you this time, but alas. Even though he played a significant role in aiding Yuan's achievement of the Golden Immortal Physique, the primary factor in his victory, Giant Emperor Kulas held no regrets and would even do it again if he went back in time. I look forward to the wedding. Giant Emperor Kulas suddenly uttered some puzzling words. Huh? Yuan had a dumbfounded look on his face. You defeated me, so it's only natural that you will be marrying my daughter. It was part of the tournament's reward, too. Giant Emperor Kulas explained shamelessly. That's... Yuan didn't know how to respond to such words. Haha. I am joking. Here is your real reward. Giant Emperor Kulas retrieved a glowing orb of light from his body and offered it to Yuan. Thank you. Yuan accepted the orb of light with a calm demeanor, as this wasn't his first or second time receiving such a reward. The moment he touched the orb of light, it flew into his body, merging with his soul. Memories immediately began flashing inside his head. Yuan quickly sat down and began meditating to absorb the memories. Giant Emperor Kulas silently sat in front of Yuan and stared at him with a profound gaze. Sometime later, Yuan opened his eyes, which had been flowing with tears for a while now. That's the real history of events on Giant's continent, Tianyang, Giant Emperor Kulas spoke in a solemn tone. But no, it can't be. Yuan was on the verge of a breakdown after remembering what had truly experienced on Giant's continent. Though he had been aware that the events depicted by the Stairway to Heaven were not true, he never anticipated the stark contrast between its narrative and the actual reality. What you experienced in the trial isn't a recounting of real events, it's a manifestation of what Tianyang wished had transpired instead, Giant Emperor Kulas sighed, confirming his thoughts. Yuan went silent, unsure of how he should respond. What transpired in the past is behind us. There's no merit in dwelling on those events now, much less beating yourself over it. Giant Emperor Kulas advised as he stood back on his feet. I'm sorry, Yuan uttered in a low voice. Don't be. I'm grateful for the opportunity to engage in battle with you once more, even if I am but a mere construct of the past, reassured Giant Emperor Kulas with a sense of gratitude. I'll see you later, my rival and my good friend, uttered Giant Emperor Kulas as his figure gradually faded into thin air. Soon, Yuan found himself back in the Stairway to Heaven. Congratulations on completing the first trial, Master. Despite my efforts to heighten the difficulty, you navigated through it with remarkable ease. I am truly in awe, commended Tianer. Would you like to start the next trial immediately? You have 6 hours to recover your energy before the next trial begins. I will take a break. Yuan responded in a low voice. I understand, Omicron M. Wait, can you do something for me? As long as it doesn't break any rules. She nodded. Meanwhile, inside the spectators' room, Shimeli, and the others were still trying to calm down after witnessing Yuan's trial. His fight with the giant emperor was extraordinary. Even I had trouble keeping up with their speed. Shimeli sighed with a clear sense of admiration in her tone. I couldn't see anything. Chu Liuxiang sighed in a dejected manner. I didn't see anything either. Meishio tried to comfort her. Yuan's gotten a lot stronger. I cannot wait to fight him again. Li Jinsi muttered. I wonder why Brother Yuan cried at the end. Xiao Hua suddenly said. I have never seen him like that before either. Meishio shook her head. I have. Everyone in the room turned to look at Chu Liuxiang, who had just spoken. This incident occurred during our time in the orphanage. Yuan had formed a close bond with a stray dog that frequently visited us. However, after several weeks of companionship, the dog abruptly ceased to appear. It was later discovered that the dog had been struck by a car. When Yuan learned of the dog's demise, he wept in a manner reminiscent of what you just witnessed, Chu Liuxiang narrated, recounting a poignant memory from their past. These trials help him regain his memories of the past, right? He has likely recollected the loss of someone dear to him, she sighed. Shortly after the room became silent, Tian'er appeared before them and said, which one of you is Chu Liuxiang? That would be me. Chu Liuxiang raised her hand. Without offering any additional explanation, Tian'er flicked her sleeves, causing Chu Liuxiang to vanish from the room. The next moment, Chu Lixuiyang found herself standing before Yuan. Yuan? She subconsciously called for him. Yuan remained silent, and without uttering a word, he suddenly enveloped Chu Liuxiang in a tight embrace. His puzzling actions startled her. I'm sorry. I promised to protect you, and I couldn't keep that promise. Yuan whispered in a sorrowful voice, expressing regret and vulnerability. Chu Liuxiang found herself rendered speechless by his actions, but she refrained from saying anything and instead embraced him back in a comforting silence. This time. I will protect you this time for sure. Yuan continued. Chu Liuxiang couldn't see Yuan's face at that moment, but it bore an expression filled with unwavering determination. Eventually, Yuan released Chu Liuxiang and said to her, I'm sorry if that troubled you. I couldn't help myself. Don't worry about it. Though, I hope you could give me an explanation in the future if you are comfortable with it. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. I will tell you everything later, I promise. Yuan agreed. Tian'er sent Chu Liuxiang back to the spectators' room a moment later. The others bombarded Chu Liuxiang with questions when she returned. I had a small talk with Yuan, that's all, she said, keeping the details out of it. The others could tell that she was purposefully avoiding the details, but respecting her silence, they refrained from pressing further with their inquiries, concluding the questioning there. Meanwhile, Yuan dedicated the next 6 hours to calming his mind, seeking solace and clarity amid his thoughts. C1345 Desolate Continent. Chapter 1345 Desolate Continent. During his 6-hour break, instead of using that time to recover his energy, Yuan revisited the memories he had recovered from Giant Emperor Kulas, endeavoring to make peace with them and find a sense of reconciliation within himself. The memories began when he arrived at a certain familiar dock, the very place where Yuan had initially encountered the Huang family during his trial in the lower heaven. However, unlike Yuan's trial, Tianyang was not aware of the Huang family, so he didn't bother looking for them. Instead, he went to a nearby restaurant to fill his stomach. Silver Peak Restaurant, huh? It seems like a decent place to have lunch judging by its appearance. As Tianyang approached the entrance of the restaurant, a sizable gathering of people nearby captured his attention. The group of people were standing before this tall and bulky man, who appeared to be advertising something. I am Dong Zhou, head bodyguard for the Huang family that is currently hiring one more bodyguard for their trip to the Desolate Continent, which will depart later today. The duration of the stay will be 30 days with a salary of 10 million gold coins. 1 million will be paid upon arrival on the Desolate Continent, and the rest will be paid once we return from our trip. Tianyang heard Dong Zhou's advertisement loud and clearly, but he ignored it and went inside the restaurant. "Welcome. Are you alone?" The receptionist greeted him. "Yes. Please wait a moment." After taking a moment to look through their availability, the receptionist spoke. "Luckily, we still have one small table available. I will bring you to your table, please follow me." Xianxia nodded and trailed behind the receptionist as they made their way to his designated table, situated by the wall at the far end of the building. As he settled into his seat, Xianxia felt a gaze directed towards him. He cast a glance at the large table adjacent to his, where a family of 4 was seated. The one staring at him was a beautiful young lady, who showed a friendly smile upon realizing that she had been noticed. "Fancy seeing you here, senior brother." The young lady seemed to recognize him. Xianxia did not recognize this young lady, but based on how she addressed him, he had an inkling of her identity. "Are you a fellow disciple from the Immortal Monastery?" he asked. "Yes. I am inner disciple Huang Shaoli. It's an honor to meet you, senior brother." Xianxia smiled at her enthusiasm. "You make it sound like I am famous or something." "But you are famous," Huang Shaoli confirmed. "You're exaggerating it." Xianxia shook his head. "Senior brother, would you like to eat with my family? It's our treat," Huang Shaoli suddenly suggested. "I don't want to impose on your family time." "It's fine," the middle-aged man sitting beside Huang Shaoli said. Then, Xianxia ended up sitting with the Huang family. "Senior brother, what are you doing in such a place? Are you in the midst of a sect mission?" Huang Shaoli asked. "No, I am out training in preparation for my core disciple examination." "Wow. You're already taking the core disciple examination? It's only been 3 years since you became an inner disciple." Huang Shaoli's eyes were filled with admiration. "No, I won't be taking the examination anytime soon. I am simply preparing for it. I probably won't take the examination for another 2 to 3 years. 5 to 6 years is still quite fast, considering that most inner disciples wait at least a decade before they even attempt to do so." "Wait a second. If you're here for training, does that mean you're also going to the Desolate Continent?" Huang Shaoli asked after realizing this. "Also? You're heading to the Desolate Continent as well?" Xianxia raised an eyebrow. Huang Shaoli was only a 9th-level spirit master, so she was probably an inner disciple as well. The Desolate Continent stood as a vast and isolated land, inhabited by powerful magical beasts. It served as a risky training ground for numerous cultivators who sought to increase their cultivation in a short time. In other words, it was a dangerous place that attracted those unafraid of death or individuals desperate enough to risk their lives for strength. However, Huang Shaoli did not appear to fit that mold, unlike Xianxia. Even Xianxia, who had recently attained the rank of Spirit Lord, could be deemed underpowered for the Desolate Continent, where magical beasts at the level of Spirit Kings and beyond freely roamed. However, Xianxia was used to risking his life to increase his cultivation. That's how he managed to reach Spirit Lord in such a short amount of time when it took him several years just to sense spiritual energy. Moreover, the Desolate Continent was rich with undiscovered treasures and held an abundance of rare medicines, drawing the attention of treasure hunters seeking fortune and valuable resources. "I am actually here as a bodyguard for my family. We have some business in the Desolate Continent," Huang Shaoli said in a somewhat bashful manner, seemingly aware of her lack of cultivation. Although it might appear that she volunteered as a bodyguard to save her family money, the truth was that her family had more than enough resources to afford professional guards far more powerful than her. Her presence was not a necessity for their protection. Instead, driven by a long-standing desire to visit the infamous Desolate Continent, she chose to accompany her family under the guise of providing protection. "I've told her not to follow us, but she was too stubborn about it." Her father sighed. "Ha." Huang Shaoli chuckled sheepishly. "Oh, I know. Senior brother, why don't you come with us as a bodyguard? We still have a spot open, and you're more than qualified to join. Of course, we'll pay you appropriately." Huang Shaoli suddenly suggested, her face beaming with anticipation. C1346 Raging Serpent. Chapter 1346 Raging Serpent. The reward for serving as our bodyguard is 10 million gold coins, but I'll personally add another 10 million just for you, senior brother. Huang Shaoli expressed her earnest desire for Tian Yang's company. Regrettably, Tian Yang gently shook his head and spoke in a tone tinged with apology. As alluring as your offer is, my time outside the sect is constrained. I have intentions to venture deep into the heart of the continent, and thus, I must respectfully decline. Ah, is that so? Huang Shaoli immediately looked disappointed by the refusal. However, she quickly recovered. It's okay, I perfectly understand your situation. I was being inconsiderate with my offer just now, and I apologize for it. No, it's fine. Tian Yang smiled. Sometime later. The ship to the desolate continent will depart soon, we should start making our way there. Huang Chen said after noticing the time. You're boarding as well, right? Huang Shaoli looked at Tian Yang. Yes. Having settled the bill for the meal, the Huang family and Tian Yang proceeded to the ship by the docks, but not before the Huang family reunited with Dong Zhou and the other bodyguards. I found another bodyguard, as you desired, Dong Zhou stated before introducing the spirit lord he had hired for the task. Huang Chen nodded and introduced his family to his new bodyguard, as well as his task. If you have any problems, you will consult with Dong Zhou first. If he cannot handle it, he will consult me. Unless there is an emergency, you will not approach me or my family. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. Upon reaching the docks, Tian Yang observed a lengthy queue of individuals endeavoring to board the colossal ship that blocked most of the ocean view from his perspective. The ship in Tian Yang's memories was at least several times bigger than the one Yuan boarded during his trial. Which floor are you staying on? Huang Shaoli inquired as they waited in line. I'm on the second floor towards the rear of the ship, he said. We're on the 7th floor towards the middle of the ship, so we're quite far from each other. How unfortunate. Huang Shaoli sighed. With a month until we reach the desolate continent, we'll likely cross paths many times, Tian Yang remarked with a smile. I'm looking forward to it. Huang Shaoli smiled back. Even though they've only just met today, Huang Shaoli already saw Tian Yang as a friend of sorts. Tian Yang separated from the Huang family shortly after boarding the ship. Upon entering his cramped and confined room, which only accommodated a wooden bed lacking a mattress, Tian Yang seated himself and commenced his cultivation. Several hours later, his cultivation was interrupted by an announcement from the ship's captain. Welcome to the Raging Serpent, esteemed guests. I am your captain until we arrive at your destination, Jianghu. It will take us approximately a month to reach the desolate continent. Of course, it could take a little longer or shorter depending on the sea's conditions and how often we are attacked by the sea demons. The captain already expected the ship to be attacked by sea demons since that was part of the routine for any ship that traveled to and from the desolate continent. There's also no need to worry about the sea demons, as our experts will get rid of them before you even see one, so you can enjoy yourselves until we arrive at our destination. With that being said, we'll begin our journey shortly. Half an hour later, the ship left the docks and began sailing towards the desolate continent. Nothing notable occurred during the first week of their sail. A few sea demons attempted to attack the ship, but they were dealt with by the spirit lords working on board before even reaching the ship. During this time, Tian Yang spent every second cultivating. I have to get stronger so that I can avenge Meng Lily. Shortly after entering the inner court, Tian Yang uncovered the truth behind Meng Lily's death. This revelation drove him to pursue strength intensely and relentlessly to seek justice for Meng Lily, earning him the nickname Suicidal Maniac among his fellow disciples. Yet, fueled by this insatiable thirst for strength, Tian Yang's cultivation saw advancements that surpassed the dreams of most ordinary disciples. However, this perilous method constantly placed his life in jeopardy. Because of his recklessness, Elder Sun, who ended up as his mentor of sorts, would frequently reprimand him for him. Of course, that didn't change his behavior, or else he wouldn't have decided to train at the Desolate continent. On the 8th day of his journey, Xianxia was forced to exit his cultivation by a commotion that was occurring outside his room. Typically, there were constant noises outside his room owing to the thin walls, but this time, the disturbance was not of the ordinary kind. A Leviathan has appeared. We're all going to die. Oh. Why did it have to appear now when it hasn't made an appearance for over a decade now? We're screwed. We're all screwed. Xianxia left his room and went to the deck to see the situation for himself. Indeed, the ship had come to a complete stop to confront the Leviathan. Given that the ship's speed was far surpassed by the Leviathan, attempting to outrun it was futile, leaving them with no choice but to engage in combat. Over 50 spirit lords and 3 spirit kings were embroiled in combat with the Leviathan at the beginning. However, by the time Xianxia arrived, half of the spirit lords and one of the spirit kings had succumbed to the Leviathan's onslaught. Meanwhile, the Leviathan itself was as strong as a cultivator at the peak of Spirit King, hence the struggle. One might question why the ship hadn't hired cultivators stronger than Spirit Kings as a precaution against the potential appearance of a Leviathan. The answer was straightforward: money. Employing a Spirit Emperor would entail expenses 100 times greater than hiring a Spirit King. Given the rarity of Leviathan appearances, with the last occurrence being a decade ago, it wouldn't be financially viable to engage a Spirit Emperor for every voyage, considering the low probability of encountering a Leviathan. C1347 Leviathan. Chapter 1347 Leviathan. Should I assist them? Xianxia pondered to himself as he watched the experts fight the Leviathan. All the experts battling the Leviathan had cultivations far surpassing his own, and Xianxia lacked experience in confronting sea demons. Nevertheless, the dire situation suggested that the Leviathan might wipe out the experts. In such an event, the ship, along with everyone aboard, would be the Leviathan's next target. Suddenly, the captain made another announcement: "Esteemed guests, please try to remain calm, but our ship is currently blocked by a Leviathan. Our experts are already fighting the sea demon to protect the ship, but if you are at least a spirit lord, please lend your hand. You will be greatly awarded for your contributions." Shortly after the announcement was made, several spirit lords including a spirit king joined the fight against the Leviathan. Seeing these cultivators bravely charge into battle with the Leviathan, Xianxia punched himself in the face and shouted at himself, "Damn it, Xianxia. Why the hell are you hesitating now? You came out here to train. You have faced death countless times now, so why are you scared now? Fight. Fight, damn it." Xianxia eventually overcame his fear and flew toward the Leviathan. After a gruesome battle that lasted over many hours, Xianxia and the others emerged victorious and slew the Leviathan. However, it was not a victory worth celebrating, as they had lost almost all of their forces to the Leviathan. In the end, only 10 spirit lords and 1 spirit king survived the fight, all of them heavily injured. "Thank you. Thank you, heroes." The people on board the ship surrounded Xianxia and the others, showering them with cheers and compliments. Xianxia ignored these people and went straight back to his room. Inside, he consumed a recovery pill and started mending his wounds. Fortunately for him, he came out with the least injuries among all the fighters. Sometime later, Xianxia stopped his cultivation when he heard a knock on his door. "Who is it?" he called out. It's me. How are your injuries, senior brother?" Huang Xiaoli's voice responded. Instead of feeling joy upon hearing her voice, Xianxia's expression shifted to a frown. "They are fine, why are you here?" "I brought you some medicine just in case. Do you mind opening the door?" Xianxia opened the door to see Huang Xiaoli standing outside, and she was accompanied by 2 guards, both spirit lords. Xianxia's frown grew deeper when he saw these spirit lords. He knew that the Huang family had a dozen bodyguards, all of whom were spirit lords. Yet, none of them participated in the battle with the Leviathan. In Xianxia's eyes, their absence from the battle felt like a betrayal to all those who willingly confronted the Leviathan, a spit in their faces. Their selfishness, by abstaining from the fight, seemed like a direct affront and likely contributed to the increased casualties. Without any hesitation, Tianyang spoke in a cold voice. If you'd truly cared, you would have sent your bodyguards to help. Huang Shaoli's face was drained of all colors after hearing Tianyang's words and seeing the cold expression on his face. It's not what you think, she quickly said, fearing that he might close the door in her face if she hesitated even a moment. We told them to fight the Leviathan the moment we realized what was happening. However, they all refused to join the battle no matter how much we asked. I swear. Huang Shaoli explained the situation to him. I also wanted to join the fight when I saw you fighting with the others, but I was stopped by my father, who told me I would only be running to my grave. Tianyang didn't blame Huang Shaoli for not participating in the fight, as her father was right when he said that she'd only be walking into her demise by fighting the Leviathan that killed many spirit lords and spirit kings. A spirit master like her wouldn't have lasted even a minute if she were there. Tianyang glared at the bodyguards standing nonchalantly behind her and asked them, is what she said true? That you refused to fight? Yeah, it's true. What about it? The bodyguard on the right said in a nonchalant tone. We were only hired to protect the Huang family. The Leviathan wasn't our concern, said the other bodyguard. Tianyang frowned and argued back, if we'd lost the fight, the Leviathan would have targeted the ship next, killing everyone on it, including the Huang family. But you didn't, and we're all still alive. If all of you had perished, the Leviathan would have been weakened enough for us to handle, and we would have been safe. Tianyang felt his blood boiling from anger upon hearing their response. Pathetic. And you dare call yourselves cultivators? You're an embarrassment. Tianyang sneered in disgust. What's your problem? Are you trying to pick a fight? The bodyguards glared at him with killing intent. The two of you should leave now. Huang Shaoli suddenly spoke while glaring at them. But we were ordered to accompany you just in case something were to happen. I will be fine with him, so leave. If anything happens to me, you can tell my father that I insisted on being alone. Don't blame us if anything were to happen, cause I won't accept any responsibility. The bodyguards didn't show any hesitation and quickly left the scene. Once they were alone, Huang Shaoli looked at Tianyang and lowered her head. I'm truly sorry. Please let me apologize on their behalf. Tianyang rubbed his eyes and sighed, forget it. I am not angry at you, nor do you have any reason to lower your head for those pathetic bastards. They are still my family's bodyguard, so, that only heightens my concern for your safety. Were I in your position, I wouldn't trust my back to them, let alone my life. Instead of protecting, they are the type to use you as bait to escape, Tianyang expressed, emphasizing the lack of trust he would place in such bodyguards. Huang Shaoli was rendered speechless by his words, not that she could argue with it. C1348 Huang Shaoli. Chapter 1348 Huang Shaoli. After a moment of awkward silence, Huang Shaoli brought out the medicine she spoke of and asked, if you don't mind, please accept this medicine. It will help with your injuries. All right, I will accept it. Huang Shaoli quickly continued after hearing his approval, and if you don't mind, can you let me apply it for you? This is a lotion-type medicine. Tianyang wanted to refuse, but he agreed in the end, as he felt a little guilty for misunderstanding her situation, even yelling at her. Okay. Come inside. Tianyang moved away from the door, revealing the interior of his room. This is your room. Huang Shaoli expressed shock upon seeing the cramped room. How can you sleep in such a depressing place? I don't. This is good enough for my cultivation. Tianyang said. Still, even my dog's house has more room. Huang Shaoli muttered. You must be used to a rich lifestyle, huh? Tianyang commented. Sorry, I didn't mean to, it's okay. Even if I had the money, I'd rather use them to improve my cultivation. Huang Shaoli decided to stop the pointless chatter and entered the room. Sometime later, Tianyang sat on the bed with his upper torso exposed, revealing the numerous scars on his body, both new and old. Huang Shaoli, who sat behind him, was shocked by his badly damaged body. There were scars on nearly every inch of his body. Tianyang could tell that Huang Shaoli was startled by his body, and he calmly said, "Should I do it myself?" "And no. I will do it." Huang Shaoli swiftly opened the medicine and scooped some up with her finger, gently applying it to his open wounds. "This will burn a little," she warned him. Yet, Tianyang did not even flinch at the pain. "You're strong, senior brother. Much stronger than any disciple I have come across." Huang Shaoli mumbled with a slightly rosy face as she continued to caress her slender finger on his body. "You're giving me too much credit. I'm weak and talentless." "That's not true. Despite having a weaker cultivation, you still face the Leviathan, something most disciples wouldn't even dare to approach. Only those who have a strong Dao heart would be capable of such a feat. What's the point of having a strong Dao heart if you're physically weak? Having a strong Dao heart won't prevent the strong from taking from you." That's... Huang Shaoli didn't know how to respond to his words. "Regardless, I think you are strong. I watched your entire fight with the Leviathan, and I kept thinking about how strong you were the whole time." Eventually, she uttered these words, her face flushed with redness. Fortunately for her, Tianyang couldn't see her face at this moment. "Thank you." A gentle smile appeared on Tianyang's face, as had never received such compliments before. A few minutes later, Tianyang covered his body and said, "I can apply the rest myself." "Thank you." Huang Shaoli nodded and handed him the medicine. "You'll need to apply the medicine twice a day for the next 7 days, so I will come back later to help you again." Seeing how enthusiastic she was about helping him, Tianyang couldn't muster the strength to refuse her offer and silently nodded. "Then I'll see you again in 12 hours. Huang Shaoli left immediately after. After he finished applying the medicine to his lower body, Tianyang returned to his cultivation. Over the next several days, Huang Shaoli would visit him 2 times every day to apply medicine to his body. As time passed, Huang Shaoli stayed longer than intended and even began sharing her own stories with him. As for Tianyang, he didn't mind her presence at all, as Huang Shaoli reminded him of Meng Lily during their time in the village. "Senior brother, do you know what the other disciples say about you? You can stop calling me senior brother. Just call me by my name. Then you can also call me Shaoli." "Alright, Shaoli, anyways. They call you the suicidal maniac because you're always accepting sect missions that are considered suicidal for your cultivation. I was even told that it was a sect elder who created that nickname. They say it's a miracle that you always manage to come back alive, and that you have a guardian angel by your side who protects you." "Suicidal, huh? I guess that's how my actions seem to the others, not that I am denying it. If you don't mind me asking, why are you going to such lengths to acquire strength?" "It's the only way for someone as talentless as me to keep up with those geniuses who are always a step ahead of me while doing much less. Honestly, I envy them." "Of course, that includes you," Tianyang expressed, maintaining a calm demeanor despite uttering such melancholic words. "And me?" Huang Shaoli was taken aback. "Yes. After thinking about it, I recall hearing your name before. Huang Shaoli, a genius who sensed spiritual energy in just a month. You ascended to become an inner disciple within a year of being an outer disciple, becoming the youngest inner disciple at 18 years old, Tianyang acknowledged, recollecting details of Huang Shaoli's remarkable achievements he heard from the other disciples. Huang Shaoli blushed after hearing his compliments. "I, on the other hand, needed 3 whole years to sense spiritual energy. Then, it took me another 8 years to become an inner disciple. My talents are pathetic in comparison, literally not worth mentioning. Not everything in this world is about talent. In fact, geniuses tend to die faster than those without talents." Huang Shaoli said, trying to comfort him. "If I've managed to live this long despite my suicidal methods, what does this say about me? That I am worse than talentless? That's not. I know. I am only joking." Tianyang chuckled. "You're such a Huang Shaoli was interrupted by a loud noise that resonated through the ship, immediately followed by a powerful tremor, akin to experiencing an earthquake. This is an emergency announcement. We've encountered a flying Leviathan. Brace yourselves for the worst. The captain's voice carried a tone of dread as if he had already resigned to the bleak outcome. C1349 Escaping the Flying Leviathan. Chapter 1349 Escaping the Flying Leviathan. 1349 Escaping the Flying Leviathan. Did he just say flying Leviathan? Huang Shaoli had a look of disbelief as she tried to comprehend what she just heard. Tian Yang's expression became filled with dread. A flying Leviathan is much stronger than an ordinary Leviathan, and they are usually at the level of divine warriors. I repeat, we have encountered a flying Leviathan. Unfortunately, I am not joking with you all. The flying Leviathan will reach us within 5 minutes. Please use what little time we have left to say goodbye to your loved ones. The captain's voice returned, confirming what everyone wished they had misheard. In the following moment, terrified cries and shouting filled the entire ship as everyone started breaking down from despair. And no way. We've already encountered a Leviathan that only appears once every few decades. Why must the heavens be this cruel? While an ordinary Leviathan appears once every few decades, a flying Leviathan hasn't been seen for over 1,000 years. Despite the odds, Tian Yang's ship has managed to encounter both of them on the same journey. Amid such abysmal luck, one might consider it a miracle, if the term could be applied in such dire circumstances. And unlike an ordinary Leviathan, there was simply no hope of defeating a flying Leviathan unless there happened to be a divine realm expert on the ship, which was less likely than the appearance of the flying Leviathan, as they had the capability to reach the desolate continent by themselves. The last time a ship encountered a flying Leviathan, the passengers had simply relinquished all hope, agonizingly anticipating their inevitable demise. So, this is how I die, huh? Huang Shaoli uttered in a dazed voice, her gaze fixed blankly on the ground. Shaoli. Tian Yang wanted to comfort her, but unless he could defeat the flying Leviathan, there was simply nothing he could do or say that would help in this situation. Hearing Tian Yang's voice, Huang Shaoli suddenly lifted her head and looked at him with a weird expression on her face. Hey! Tian Yang, make love to me. She muttered in a low voice. What the hell are you saying in such a situation? Tian Yang was bewildered by her words. It's because we are in this situation that I am saying this. She screamed, tears flowing down her face. We have less than 5 minutes before we die. If we cannot prevent our death, we can, at the very least, ensure that our final moments are filled with pleasure. Huang Shaoli said. Please. Tian Yang. I don't want to die alone. She cried and cried. Given the ship's size, it would take Huang Shaoli longer than 5 minutes to reach her family. Moreover, with the hallways teeming with people attempting to escape, it was practically impossible for her to navigate through. Consequently, she found herself constrained to spending her final moments with Tian Yang, who happened to be with her. Pap! Tian Yang suddenly slapped Huang Shaoli on the face, snapping her awake with pain. Wake up, Shaoli. Who said we're going to die? I have encountered countless situations where everything seemed hopeless, but I am still here. I will find a way out of this. I promise. Tian Yang, using his sleeves, Tian Yang wiped her tears and continued in a soothing voice. Let's meet up with your family first, okay? But the hallways are. Without explaining further, Tian Yang wrapped his arm around Huang Shaoli's waist before pointing his palm at the ceiling and blasting it with his spiritual energy. Due to how weak the wooden walls were, Tian Yang effortlessly blew a hole in the ceiling. Let's go. He jumped to the next floor while carrying Huang Shaoli. Then, he repeated his actions. In less than a minute, they'd managed to reach the 7th floor. From there, Tian Yang used his superior cultivation to push everyone in the hallway out of his path until they arrived at the Huang family's room. When they arrived, all of the guards the Huang family hired were nowhere to be seen. Obviously, they had abandoned the Huang family to escape by themselves. However, neither Tianyang nor Huang Shaoli paid any attention to them at this moment and only cared about returning to the Huang family. Father. Mother. It's me. Huang Shaoli pounded on the door, silently praying that her family was still in their rooms. The door swung open the next moment, revealing a tearful Huang Chen. Shaoli. Huang Shaoli's mother rushed to embrace her. Omicron M. Tianyang then said, "We can save the tears for later. We need to get out of here as soon as possible." "How do we even escape?" Huang Chen exclaimed. "Do you have any flying treasures on you?" Tianyang asked. I do, but I only have one. Moreover, we're still 2 weeks away from the Desolate continent. The flying treasure won't last that long, especially since it has to carry this many people. That doesn't matter. We will fly as far as we can, and we don't need to reach the Desolate continent either. As long as we're away from this ship and the flying Leviathan, it'll be good enough. Tianyang said. Since it was better than sitting still and waiting for their death, Huang Chen agreed to follow Tianyang's plan. Tianyang proceeded to blow another hole in the wall, giving them access to the open sea. Huang Chen then retrieved his flying treasure, summoning a wooden boat that barely had enough room for 4 people. "Quickly, get on," Huang Chen urged them. When the other guests saw that they had a flying treasure, they immediately rushed inside the room and begged for the Huang family to take them along. "Please take me with you. I have a family waiting for me back at home," a middle-aged man pleaded. "No. Take me instead. I will give you all of my wealth." "No, take me. Take me." The only thing preventing these people from jumping on the flying treasure was Tianyang, who was using his body to keep them at bay. Chapter 1350 Escaping the Flying Leviathan, 2. Chapter 1350 Escaping the Flying Leviathan, 2. 1350 Escaping the Flying Leviathan, 2. Tianyang. "Come." Huang Shaoli called for him. "You can go first. I'll catch up," he said. Huang Chen immediately activated the flying treasure, shooting into the distance in the blink of an eye. "No. Our blood is on your hands, you bastard." The people cursed at Tianyang after seeing their last hope disappear before their very eyes. Tianyang merely sighed, "This is the outcome for those without power. Blame yourself for lacking it. I will also do the same if I fail to survive. Screw you. You monster. I hope you die." Ignoring the cursing and crying behind him, Tianyang jumped out of the hole and used his spiritual energy to soar in the sky, chasing after the Huang family. Just as Tianyang disembarked from the ship, he witnessed a colossal figure soaring towards it from the opposite side. The flying Leviathan. The flying Leviathan collided with the ship, baring its teeth and obliterating the massive vessel with a single bite. As if it were a toy smashed by a hammer, the ship shattered into many pieces, and a vast expanse of the ocean became tainted with the blood of those who failed to escape. Tens of thousands of people died in the blink of an eye. If Tianyang had escaped even a few seconds later, he would have most likely died to the flying Leviathan like the others. While the flying Leviathan went after those who tried to escape by swimming away, Tianyang used all of his spiritual energy to speed away, disappearing into the distance. Sometime later, Tianyang reunited with the Huang family, who made room for him in the flying treasure by moving the little boy to his mother's lap. "Tianyang. You're safe." Huang Shaoli went to embrace him. She saw the ship being destroyed by the flying Leviathan even from miles away and worried that he didn't make it out in time. "It's still too early to relax. I saw the flying Leviathan chasing after those who tried to escape," Tianyang said. Huang Chen then asked, "What should we do now?" "We can only continue flying towards the Desolate continent and hope the flying Leviathan doesn't chase after us. But we won't make it to the Desolate continent. This flying treasure will be able to fly for a few days at most before it loses all spiritual energy." "That's fine. We will get as close to the desolate continent as possible, and once the flying treasure runs out of spiritual energy, we will fly there ourselves. Hopefully, we will make it there before we also run out of spiritual energy, or we find islands that can be used as temporary shelters for us to restore our energy. Tianyang explained his plan that relied entirely on their luck. While neither Huang Shaoli, her mother, nor her younger brother had the capability to fly, her father, Huang Qin, was a spirit lord. This meant that Huang Qin and Tianyang could share the load and carry those who could not fly. Without either one of them, they wouldn't have been able to carry the others to safety. After a moment of silence, Huang Qin spoke, "Even if we don't make it to the desolate continent, I'm just glad that I've managed to acquire a few more days to spend with my family. This is all thanks to you, Tianyang." He proceeded to turn to face Huang Shaoli and continued, "I'm sorry that I have been trying to get you to stop visiting him." Huang Shaoli uncontrollably blushed after being exposed by her father in such a fashion, as he made it sound like she went against her own father just to visit Tianyang, which wasn't false. Tianyang could only smile and said, "I'm going to cultivate. We'll need as much spiritual energy as we can spare." Huang Qin nodded and said, "I will continue to control the flying treasure." Tianyang closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The next 2 days were peaceful yet nerve-wracking at the same time. It's been 2 days without any sign of the flying Leviathan. "Do you think we're in the clear?" Huang Shaoli asked. "I don't want to jinx it, but we should be." Huang Qin nodded. On the 3rd day, they were convinced that the flying Leviathan had not chased after them, allowing them to finally take a deep breath. It appears the heavens have yet to completely abandon us. Huang Qin sighed in relief. "How much time do we have left on this flying treasure?" Tianyang suddenly opened his eyes and asked. "Not long. We have another day at most." Tianyang pondered for a moment before speaking. "At our speed, we should be getting pretty close to the desolate continent. If we see any islands on the way there, we might just barely reach our destination by flying." After another 18 hours of flight, Huang Qin warned them, "Get ready, this flying treasure is reaching its limit. I would give it a few more minutes before it becomes useless." Normally, one could use their own spiritual energy to supply a flying treasure to keep it running. However, during Tianyang's time, flying treasures operated a little differently, as they all had a set amount of spiritual energy, and once they ran out, they would no longer be useful. While there exist flying treasures that use their operators' spiritual energy, they were exceedingly rare and only reserved for powerful immortals or renowned families. Ordinary flying treasures were also rare and expensive, hence why the Huang family could only afford a single one despite their somewhat wealthy status. "I will carry my wife and son. Tianyang, I will leave my daughter to you," Huang Qin said. Tianyang nodded, "All right." A few minutes later, right as the flying treasure used its last bit of spiritual energy, Tianyang jumped off while carrying Huang Shaoli in the princess position. Huang Qin also did the same, carrying his wife who was carrying their son. Not wanting to waste even a little of spiritual energy, they immediately sped towards the direction of the desolate continent. C1351 Days Without Rest. Chapter 1351 Days Without Rest. 1351 Days Without Rest. I know I don't need to say this, but I will do so just in case. Make sure you don't fly too close to the water, as there are sea demons that can leap out of the water. Tianyang reminded Huang Qin of the dangers below as they flew. "Of course, I am keeping that in mind." Huang Qin then asked, "How long will you be able to fly without stopping?" "I can fly for half a day without stopping," he said. Tianyang was currently a first-level spirit lord, and had only recently attained that level, so his spiritual energy wasn't as vast as Huang Qin, who was a third-level spirit lord. This is also why Huang Qin left his daughter with Tianyang. "Let me know when you're running out of spiritual energy. I have some spirit restoration pills with me." Tianyang nodded, "I also have some pills on me, but it's not much." While they managed to get close to the desolate continent with the flying treasure, they were no longer traveling at the same speed. In fact, they were flying slower than the ship, and at their current speed, it would take at least another week or two of constant flying to reach their destination. Tianyang used his pills first since they were of inferior quality. Unfortunately, even with spirit restoration pills, there was a good chance that they might not reach their destination. As their trial pressed on, sea demons would sporadically leap from the water, endeavoring to consume them. A few of these creatures used their mouths to expel water with a force so potent that it could rupture their bodies upon impact. Due to the constant danger, neither Tianyang nor Huang could take a moment to rest, remaining alert around the clock. Inevitably, their mental strength degraded over time, making it harder for them to manage their spiritual energy properly and wasting some of them. 9 hours after his previous pill, Tianyang said, "I need another spirit recovery pill." Huang would approach Tianyang so his wife would hand Huang Shaoli a pill, who then fed the pill to Tianyang. "I only have a dozen more pills," Huang said afterward. "Okay. Damn it. If only I hadn't panicked at the ship and left behind the majority of our supplies, we wouldn't be suffering so much right now." Huang cursed himself inwardly for his failure. In the urgency to escape, compounded by the looming threat of the flying Leviathan, the Huang family overlooked the crucial task of bringing most of their supplies with them. However, even if they hadn't forgotten, there wasn't much they could bring with them due to their lack of space, and their spiritual rings were already full of other items that would not help them in their current situation. Tianyang consumed another spirit recovery pill 8 hours later, while Huang only needed to consume one pill every 24 hours. Eventually, they ran out of pills, with the last one being given to Tianyang. Fuck. We haven't encountered a single island ever since we started flying. Did we get cursed or something to have such bullshit luck? Tianyang cursed inwardly. When Huang Shaoli noticed Tianyang started to struggle, she spoke, "Tianyang, I will give you all of my spiritual energy. I know it won't do much besides a moment of relief, but I want to help you in any way possible." Tianyang wasn't stupid enough to refuse, and he was willing to accept anything at this point. "Okay." In the following moment, Huang Shaoli pressed her lips against Tianyang, transferring her spiritual energy to him through their mouths. While she could have transferred her spiritual energy through other methods, it was the most effective to do so through the mouth. Even though this would be Huang Shaoli's first kiss, she didn't hesitate for a second. When Huang saw his daughter kissing Tianyang, he pretended to not notice and tried his best to keep a poker face. However, his wife had a different idea. Following her daughter's action, she kissed Huang and transferred her spiritual energy to him. Because of their actions, Tianyang and Huang received another hour of flight time. A few hours later, right as Tianyang was on the verge of running out of spiritual energy, he noticed a small island on the horizon. "It's an island," he exclaimed in excitement. Omicron using what little spiritual energy he had left, Tianyang soared towards the island with Huang following behind. Upon landing on the island, Tianyang immediately collapsed on the ground and lost consciousness. "Tianyang?" Huang Shaoli was startled by this. "Don't worry, he's just exhausted," Huang said after checking his condition. He proceeded to sit down and began cultivating to restore his spiritual energy, even creating an array around them to further speed up the recovery process. Tianyang would not wake up for the next 3 days. Meanwhile, after recovering enough spiritual energy, Huang investigated the island. The island was exceptionally small, measuring 7 miles in diameter on one side and 5 miles on the other. There was nothing but trees and grass throughout the entire island. While the island may be empty, Huang was relieved to know that there was no danger on it, allowing him to cultivate with a peaceful mind. Over the next 3 days, Huang Shaoli and Huang would take turns watching over Tianyang. As for the mother, she had to take care of their boy, who was less than 10 years old. While the others may not require sustenance as cultivators, the young boy was too inexperienced and had not initiated his cultivation yet. Fortunately, his mother had food stored in her spatial ring just for emergencies. 3 days later, Tianyang slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though he had just woken up after collapsing from overwork. "Tianyang. Are you okay? How do you feel?" Huang Shaoli rushed over when she noticed his awakening. He sat up and looked around with a somewhat dazed face before asking, "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days, she replied. C1352 A Cold Shiver. Chapter 1352 A Cold Shiver. 1352 A Cold Shiver. 3 days. Tianyang mumbled. "Thank you for watching over me, and sorry for the inconvenience," he said a moment later. "Please, nothing you do will inconvenience us after everything you've done for us," Huang Chen said. "Have you searched the place yet?" Tianyang then asked. "Yes, it's empty but safe." "Good. Then allow me to recover my spiritual energy before we figure out our next plan." Tianyang proceeded to spend the entire day recovering his spiritual energy. "What's the plan now?" "We're both out of pills and we don't have a clue how much further our destination is," Huang Chen asked. "We could gamble it, or we can spend some more time on this island to improve our cultivation, which will improve our chances of reaching the Desolate continent," Tianyang suggested. Huang Chen looked at his son and sighed. "Unfortunately, our son is not a cultivator, and we only have enough food to last him half a month. That's enough time for me to improve my cultivation even a little. I reached Spirit Lord not long ago, so I probably won't be able to have a breakthrough in such a short amount of time without any treasures. If you need treasures, I have some that might be of use to you," Huang Chen said after pondering for a moment. "Are you sure?" Tianyang asked. "Honestly, our primary objective at the Desolate Continent is to deliver these treasures, so they actually belong to someone else. However, we're in no position to ponder the consequences. I'll deal with them after I survive," Huang Shaoli admitted, acknowledging the current urgency. "I'm sure the owners will understand our situation," Tianyang said. Normally, one wouldn't hand out treasures so easily, but they were truly in a dangerous position. Furthermore, Huang Chen would not benefit from these treasures nearly as much as Tianyang would, so he decided to give them to the person who saved their family. After receiving the treasures, Tianyang immediately went into seclusion and began cultivating. Over the next 2 weeks, Huang Shaoli and Huang Chen also tried to improve their cultivation as much as possible. A week into their cultivation, Huang Shaoli made a breakthrough, entering Spirit Grandmaster. Perhaps it was the severity of their predicament, but Huang Shaoli's talents truly began to shine at this moment. Tianyang made his breakthrough on the 12th day, reaching 2nd level Spirit Lord. As for Huang Chen, he barely made any improvements. Once prepared, they gathered at the edge of the island. "Are you guys ready? There's no going back, and we will either survive or die trying." Tianyang looked at them with a solemn expression. "It's a miracle that we made it this far. Hopefully, the heavens will bless us with another island." Huang Chen showed an enthusiastic smile. Huang Shaoli and her mother silently nodded their heads. A few minutes later, after mentally preparing themselves, they left the island and began soaring towards the Desolate Continent. After his breakthrough, Tianyang could fly without stopping for a little under 24 hours. Everything seemed to be going well at first, and even the sea demons weren't attacking as often, a sign that they were getting close to the Desolate Continent. However, 12 hours into their journey, Tianyang suddenly felt a cold shiver run down his spine. This feeling, after experiencing numerous life-or-death situations, Tianyang was no stranger to danger. He had even developed something akin to a sixth sense after narrowly escaping death multiple times. Over time, he discerned a subtle yet unmistakable shiver that would course through him, heralding the imminent approach of danger. "Careful, something is coming," Tianyang warned them. "What is?" "I don't sense anything." Huang Chen asked for more details. "Omicron, I don't know, but I know that something is definitely coming." Sure enough, after a few more minutes, Tianyang and Huang Chen could sense the approach of something massive, its immense aura looming over them. What is this feeling? Its aura is even stronger than the flying Leviathan. Tianyang broke out in a cold sweat upon sensing the unfathomable aura emanating from this entity. Tianyang, Behind you. Huang Xiaoli suddenly muttered in a terrified voice, her entire body trembling in fear. Tianyang turned, his gaze locking onto the behemoth behind him, and his eyes widened with profound astonishment at the sight of the colossal entity that bore an uncanny resemblance to a giant squid. The giant squid possessed a triangular head, and even though only its eyes were barely peeking out of the water, its head was massive enough to obstruct the sky view. Additionally, numerous long tentacles revealed themselves, each several times larger than the flying Leviathan. What kind of sea demon is that? Tianyang exclaimed, hoping Huang Chen would know. However, Huang Chen was just as shocked and ignorant as him. I don't know. I have never seen or heard of such a monster before. As Tianyang tried to comprehend what was happening, the giant squid sea demon suddenly acted, slamming one of its massive tentacles in their direction. It's attacking. Move out of the way. Huang Chen roared. Both Tianyang and Huang Chen worked their dantian to its limit in order to dodge the tentacle, not caring about how much spiritual energy it wasted. Their speed skyrocketed, surpassing even the flying treasure's speed. In just a few seconds, Tianyang and Huang Chen burned enough spiritual energy that would have lasted them an hour, and they still barely managed to dodge the attack. Unfortunately, things only got worse for them when the giant sea demon launched another tentacle at them. It's coming again. They immediately used another hour's worth of spiritual energy without hesitation. Is this it? Am I going to die here? Tianyang could not see any light at the end of their dark tunnel. They were neither fast enough to outpace the sea demon nor possessed enough spiritual energy to continuously evade its attacks. At this rate, their demise seemed inevitable, a matter of mere moments away. C1353 Massive Sea Demon of Unknown Origin. Chapter 1353 Massive Sea Demon of Unknown Origin. 1353 Massive Sea Demon of Unknown Origin. I'm sorry, Xiaoli. I don't think we'll be able to avoid death this time. Tianyang muttered in a defeated voice as he dodged the next strike. It's okay. I had prepared for my death even before we left the ship. Huang Xiaoli sighed. Instead of panicking, they merely accepted their fate with a calm demeanor. I'm glad that I got to meet you at the very end, Tianyang, she continued. Me too. It was fun while it lasted. At the same time, Huang Chen also accepted his fate and said his goodbyes to his wife and son. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for bringing you guys with me despite knowing that it would be a dangerous journey. I'm sorry for being so weak. Tears streamed down Huang Chen's face. Don't be, dear. At the very least, I'm glad that we're able to be together in our final moments. Where's our daughter? Huang Chen looked around and sighed. Looks like we were too busy dodging the attacks and got separated. They embraced each other while their son bawled his eyes out. After evading the ninth strike from the sea demon, both Tianyang and Huang Chen reached their limit and exhausted their spiritual energy. That's it. I don't have enough spiritual energy to dodge the next one, Tianyang sighed. Suddenly, their views darkened, almost as though it'd turned to night. Tianyang turned around to see what had caused the blackout. The sea demon, enraged that its attacks had missed its target multiple times, opted to lift all of its tentacles into the air, preparing for an ultimate assault. Ah! Tianyang could only let out a dumbfounded mutter. Even if his cultivation was at its peak, he wouldn't have been able to avoid such an attack. In the next moment, the sea demon slammed all 10 of its tentacles down. Despite knowing that he would be dead in the following second, Tianyang refused to close his eyes, staring at the horizon. Huh! He muttered in a dazed voice, and his eyes widened at the distant silhouette of land that had suddenly materialized on the horizon. Ah, what kind of joke is the heavens playing on us? Tianyang sighed inwardly as he closed his eyes, silently awaiting his death. However, Tianyang remained conscious even several moments later when he should have died several moments ago. Dong! Ah! Huang Xiaoli suddenly cried out loud in pain. Tianyang also felt his entire body slamming into something solid. He quickly opened his eyes to see that they had actually crashed into a tree, and they were currently lying on the ground for some inexplicable reason. Huh? What happened? Where are we? How are we still alive? Tianyang was filled with questions. Tianyang. Am I dreaming? Or is this heaven? Huang Shaoli looked at him, appearing just as baffled as him. I don't know, but I think we're still alive. Right as Huang Shaoli opened her mouth to speak, a powerful tremble shook the entire world, followed by a loud slamming noise. After Tianyang and Huang Shaoli fell on the floor from the tremor, they subconsciously turned to look behind them. In the distance, on the very edge of the horizon, a monumental pillar of water erupted toward the heavens, piercing the clouds, evoking the impression that a deity-like force had collided with the vast expanse of the sea. If Tianyang didn't know any better, he would have thought that something massive had fallen into the sea, perhaps a meteor of sorts. The pillar of water eventually subsided, and that's when Tianyang discerned a familiar silhouette swiftly disappearing from where the water had surged. No way, that can't be. Huang Shaoli covered her mouth in shock after realizing what they'd just witnessed. Tianyang grasped his chest and muttered, that was the sea demon, where we were just at, where we should have died. However, for some inexplicable reason, we were teleported here and survived the attack. What about my father and mother? My younger brother? Does that mean they've also survived the attack? Huang Shaoli immediately thought of her family. I'm not sure, but if we survived, there is a good chance that they managed to survive as well. Tianyang could only come to this conclusion. After all, it would make less sense if they were the only ones who experienced the phenomenon. Huang Shaoli held on to such hope. Once they recollected themselves, Huang Shaoli asked, where are we? Another island? Tianyang shook his head and said in a solemn voice, no. I think we've arrived at the Desolate continent. I saw it right before we were teleported, and judging by our position, it's exactly the place I saw. Let me recover some of my cultivation before we look for your parents. Tianyang then said. Okay. I'll watch over you. After finding an isolated place to cultivate, Tianyang immediately began his cultivation. Meanwhile, back at the Immortal Monastery, a beautiful woman sensed something and retrieved a dull-colored object that appeared to be shattered. Is something the matter, Elder Sun? The individual before her inquired upon seeing the frown on her face. Elder Sun sighed. I knew that reckless brat was up to something when he suddenly took 3 months of leave and disappeared from the sect without a word. Fortunately, I had secretly given him a life-saving treasure, or he would have died just now. This reckless brat, are you referring to the suicidal maniac? To give him a life-saving treasure without telling him, you must really care about him. The person before her chuckled jokingly. Elder Sun became a little flustered and quickly said, what do you know? He still owes me a debt, so simply I cannot let him die before he repays that debt. Whatever you say. The individual laughed out loud. And he continued, anyways, are you going to save him now? He might still be in danger for all we know. After a moment of silence, Elder Sun spoke, he's like a cockroach, resistant and almost undying. Although I've saved his life many times, I've never had to save him twice in a row. Hell managed like always. Naturally, Tianyang was not aware of their conversation, only learning about it much later. C1354 Colossal. Chapter 1354 Colossal. 1354 Colossal. After spending nearly an entire day recovering around 90% of his cultivation, Tianyang stopped his cultivation and began the search for Huang Shaoli's parents. Where should we start looking? Huang Shaoli as they navigated through the vast and empty wilderness. I know you're in a hurry, but we won't find them by wandering aimlessly. Let's try to find a nearby city and prepare ourselves first, he said. Okay, how much do you know about the Desolate continent? Tianyang suddenly asked. Not much, honestly. I know that this place is a treasure trove with many rare medicines and powerful treasures. There are also formidable magical beasts that roam this land. Tianyang then said, there are countless mysteries as well as opportunities hidden throughout this land. However, the Desolate continent is also a lawless land that has only just begun to develop, so there are only 5 cities available. We have the Southern Stronghold, which is also used as a marketplace. The Northern Stronghold, the Western Stronghold, and lastly, the Central Stronghold, which is also the largest city. You did your research, huh? Huang Shaoli seemed impressed by his knowledge. Who would be stupid enough to visit a foreign land without any prior knowledge? Tianyang raised his eyebrows, his gaze directed at her. I am sorry. Huang Shaoli lowered her head and subconsciously apologized after seeing his gaze, her face flushed with redness. I'm not calling you stupid, but you should be more diligent, Tianyang sighed. I understand. She nodded. Anyways, the Desolate continent is also separated into 5 levels of difficulties. Starting from the weakest, we have the Southern Stronghold, the Western Stronghold, the Northern Stronghold, the Eastern Stronghold, and the Central Stronghold. He continued, the magical beasts around the Southern Stronghold are the weakest, being between the level of a Spirit Lord to a Spirit King. At the Western Stronghold, they become increasingly dangerous, being between Spirit Emperor and Spirit Sovereign. The Northern Stronghold isn't much different from the Western Stronghold except that magical beasts at the level of Spirit Sovereigns will appear more often than Spirit Emperors. The magical beasts that appear within the Eastern Stronghold won't be past Divine Warrior. As for the Central Stronghold, magical beasts between the level of Spirit Lord and Divine Grandmaster could appear. That's quite the range. Huang Shaoli muttered. Even if you don't remember this information, there is one thing you must remember. In the Desolate continent, there roams an entity that even divine kings don't dare to offend. In terms of strength, it might even be on par with that giant sea demon we encountered. Huang Shaoli swallowed nervously as she asked, what is this monster? The people here call it Colossal because of its towering figure that topples even mountains, just like that sea demon. The only difference is its figure, which resembles a human's figure. You'll know its identity right away when you see it. Huang Shaoli suddenly stopped walking, her eyes wide open as she gazed towards the sky. Something like that? She pointed behind him while trembling. Tianyang turned around, and sure enough, there was a massive human-like figure casually moving near the horizon. This entity had a pitch-black body that looked like it had emerged from the shadow, with 2 round, red eyes. It had 2 arms and 2 legs, just like a human. The only human feature it was missing was a mouth. However, the most interesting feature of this entity was its lack of presence. Despite its massive and terrifying appearance, the Colossal did not have the slightest presence, almost as if it didn't truly exist, or they were looking at it from another dimension where its presence could not reach. Even though I am staring right at it, my mind tells me that it doesn't exist, that I am merely hallucinating. Tianyang muttered in a dazed voice. Unlike Huang Shaoli, whose eyes were filled with fear, his were filled with awe and curiosity. Suddenly, almost as though the Colossal detected their gaze, it stopped moving and turned to look in their direction. Hi! Huang Shaoli immediately fell on her buttocks, as the Colossal's gaze was simply too terrifying for her. Tianyang didn't even flinch, even staring directly into its eyes. It felt as if the entire world had fallen silent at this moment, that only he and the Colossal existed. Eventually, the Colossal returned to facing the front and continued walking, acting as though nothing happened. Are you okay? Tianyang looked at Huang Shaoli, who was still frozen on the floor with her eyes soaked in tears. Tianyang chuckled and offered his hand to help her up. However, Huang Shaoli refused to move. What's wrong? The Colossal is long gone, and it isn't known for being aggressive, so it won't attack us unless we offend it first, he explained to her. Huang Shaoli muttered after a moment of silence, I accidentally wet myself, huh? Tianyang immediately wore a dumbfounded look on his face. One of the most humiliating ordeals for a cultivator is the loss of control over their own body, particularly in the more sensitive areas, such as wetting or shitting themselves. Even when facing the massive sea demon, Huang Shaoli managed to control her bladder, yet the Colossal proved to be too much for her to handle. Unsure of how to respond to such a specific situation, Xianxia subconsciously uttered, "How can I help? Do you have extra clothes for me to borrow?" She asked, her face flushed in redness. "I have a few pairs of my disciple uniform, but they might be a little loose on you," he said. "It's better than walking around in my current state," she exclaimed. Xianxia quickly retrieved a pair of his uniform and handed it to her. "I'll go over there, where I can't see you." Xianxia pointed to the trees not far away. C1355 Nothing but a Hindrance. Chapter 1355 Nothing but a Hindrance. 1355 Nothing but a Hindrance. Just as Xianxia started walking away, Huang shouted in a scared voice, "Stop. Don't leave me. I don't want to be alone." "You're not going to be alone. I will still be nearby," he said. "No. I want you to be by my side, somewhere I can see you." Xianxia found this a bit bothersome, but he didn't blame her. "She's most likely traumatized by our journey here, not that I can blame her." Huang was not even 20 years old, and yet, she had already faced harrowing experiences that most individuals wouldn't even dream of encountering. No matter how much of a genius she was, it was only natural for her to be traumatized. "All right, I'll stay in your view." Xianxia proceeded to face away from her and even closed his eyes. Of course, he could still peek using his divine sense, but he wasn't a degenerate who would do such shameful acts. Huang immediately removed her dirty clothes and changed into Xianxia's uniform. "Okay, I am done. You can look now," she said a moment later. Xianxia turned around to see her new appearance. Unsurprisingly, she still looked charming even when wearing his clothes. In fact, it made her look even more unique. Xianxia avoided commenting on her new look, fearing that it might offend her. "Let's keep moving. I'd like to reach a city before it gets dark if possible." The two of them picked up their pace and began speeding through the land while Xianxia continuously scanned their vicinity for any presence. Several minutes later, they encountered a magical beast that resembled a turtle. Third-level Spirit King. "We're either near the southern stronghold or the central stronghold." "Surely, it's the southern stronghold. We've used multiple lifetimes of bad luck just to get here. Surely, there can't be any left, right?" Huang muttered to herself. The sky began darkening several hours later, yet they had not arrived at the city. It'll be too dangerous to keep moving at night, especially when magical beasts are most active during this time. "Let's find a place to camp the night." "Okay." After looking around, they found a small cave that was somewhat isolated. However, there was only enough room for a single person to lie down. "You can sleep. I'll keep watch," Xianxia said to her. "Are you sure? I think we can both get some sleep if we squeeze together." "It'll be fine if you're worried. Somebody has to keep watch just in case we're attacked." "I also had plenty of sleep on the island," he shook his head. "If you say so." After a brief pause, she continued, "Don't go too far, okay?" Xianxia smiled, "I won't go anywhere." "Thank you." Huang laid down and closed her eyes, but not before holding on to Xianxia's robes as insurance. Within seconds, she fell into a deep sleep. Xianxia stared at her sleeping face and sighed inwardly. Our journey here may have been rough, but things probably won't get any easier from this point. Once he had his full with Huang Shaoli's sleeping face, Xianxia spent the rest of the night focused on their surroundings. Sometime later, Huang Shaoli slowly woke up from her sleep. When she attempted to stretch, she found herself unable to do so, and the reality of her current situation quickly rushed back to her. "Xianxia? Are you there?" She started shouting for him even before she fully opened her eyes. "Calm down, I am here," Xianxia quickly responded. Huang Shaoli heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing his face. He then gestured toward her hand, which still tightly clung to his robes. "With such a strong grip on me, I wouldn't be able to go anywhere even if wanted to," he joked. Huang Shaoli immediately released his robe and became flustered. I didn't know. Anyways, I hope you had a good sleep. She nodded. Yes, I feel very refreshed, almost as if I slept for ages. I mean, you did sleep for 4 days straight, he casually said, revealing this shocking information to her. I did what? Huang Shaoli exclaimed in a shocked voice. Are you serious? Or are you joking? Why didn't you wake me up? I tried, honestly. But you just wouldn't wake up no matter how much I tried to wake you up, so I gave up. That can't be. Huang Shaoli was in disbelief. Forget it. You can think about it as we move. They immediately resumed their journey. I hope they are okay. Huang Shaoli prayed inwardly for her family's safety. Over the next several days, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli wandered the desolate continent in search of a city, but they only encountered magical beasts. They avoided almost every magical beast they encountered, but some of their encounters were unavoidable, forcing them to confront the magical beast. Luckily for them, these magical beasts were manageable for Tianyang to take down alone. I'm sorry. Huang Shaoli suddenly muttered after their latest fight. What for? You don't need to pretend. I know that I am useless, that I am nothing but a hindrance for you. I don't even have a way to repay you for everything you've done for me. I won't blame you if you want to leave me behind. Hearing her words, Tianyang gave her a slap on the back of the head, startling her. What are you doing? She stared at him with a dazed face. Are you really saying that now? I would have long abandoned you if I were that type of person, and I am not doing this with the expectation of some reward. If you keep thinking about such dumb things, it'll really leave you behind. I won't. I will stop thinking about it. I swear, she swore. Then let's keep moving. Okay. Huang Shaoli quickly followed behind him, adorned with a radiant smile, her heart fluttering with a newfound feeling that she was experiencing for the first time. C1356 Southern Stronghold. Chapter 1356 Southern Stronghold. 1356 Southern Stronghold. After traveling for several more days, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli finally encountered something that wasn't a magical beast. Excuse me. Do you know where the nearest city is located? Tianyang approached a cultivator who had just finished defeating a magical beast. However, this cultivator immediately became wary of him and went into a combative stance. Tianyang quickly raised his hand when he saw this, and he tried to assure the cultivator that they meant no harm. Please wait. We are not here to harm you. We're simply lost. Unsurprisingly, the cultivator did not even twitch at his words and remained wary. They were currently on the desolate continent, where laws do not apply and only one rule applies, the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. In this world, it was a common occurrence for cultivators to engage in acts of murder and theft. Those lacking the strength to protect themselves would inevitably fall victim to exploitation. Tianyang was well aware of this rule, but they were not in a position to ignore another human after spending an entire week wandering and lost in this dangerous land. Ha! Do I really look that stupid to you? You say you're lost? That's funny, considering that the nearest city is only a mile from here. The cultivator sneered in disdain. Really? Is that true? Tianyang was pleasantly surprised to learn this information. I must admit, you are pretty good at acting. If I was even a little dumber, I would have believed you. The cultivator said. Tianyang was speechless, but he didn't bother attempting to convince the cultivator otherwise, having already obtained the information he needed. He turned around and returned to Huang Shaoli. The city is only a mile away. That's great. I can finally clean myself. She shed blissful tears imagining herself in a bathtub. Tianyang proceeded to carry her into the air before flying towards the city, leaving the cultivator dumbfounded. Were they truly lost? He mumbled to himself. They had tried searching from the air a few days ago, but they didn't see anything, even attracting the attention of several flying magical beasts, an experience that nearly cost them their lives, so they avoided entering the air from that point forth. Now that he was aware of a nearby city, Tianyang didn't have to worry about any flying magical beasts, as magical beasts tend to avoid the cities. Sometime later, Tianyang arrived at the city, which happened to be the southern stronghold, a conclusion he had come to days before after only encountering magical beasts between the level of Spirit Lord and Spirit King. The city isn't as safe as one might think, so stay close to me even when we are inside. Tianyang warned. Okay. Huang Shaoli immediately grabbed onto his robe like a child who didn't want to separate from their parent in a crowded street, an action that had become a habit of hers. Tianyang entered the city shortly. Since it was a city owned by nobody, there was no need to pay entrance fees like one normally would. Let's find a place to clean ourselves before we look for any information about your family. Tianyang suggested. Let's, she immediately agreed. The interior of the city was rough and barely developed, resembling that of a rural city. The buildings looked as if they were built without any plans or approval, so there were gaps of all sizes between each building. The street was impressively vast, adorned with numerous merchants showcasing their wares on blankets as they sat behind them, eager to make sales. Most of these merchants also had surprisingly high cultivation, which explained their boldness to display their treasures in a place where one could steal in broad daylight. After looking around for an entire hour, they only managed to find a single crude-looking hotel. Not wanting to walk around with dirt and mud sticking to their body for even a second longer than they had to, they settled for the hotel, which also had a tremendous price tag that even luxurious hotels couldn't compare. Small rooms are 50 spirit stones and the bigger rooms will cost 100 spirit stones with a time limit of 3 days. Do your rooms have a bathtub? Huang Shaoli asked. We have 2 rooms with bathtubs, but one of them is already occupied. The cost will be 200 spirit stones for 3 days. I don't have that kind of money. Tianyang said to Huang Shaoli. Huang Shaoli suddenly realized that this was her chance to be helpful and immediately took out 200 spirit stones, placing them before the manager. Well, take that room. Thank you for your business. Here is your key. We will notify you the day before your time is up. Let's go. Huang Shaoli grabbed Tianyang's hand and dragged him to their room. When they entered the room, they were shocked by how small it turned out to be. This is their most luxurious room? This isn't even worth a silver a night, much less 100 spirit stones. Huang Shaoli felt scammed. Upon opening the door to their room, they were greeted by a room that was twice as spacious as Tianyang's room in the Raging Serpent, but that doesn't say much when considering the size of his room. Moreover, there was only a single large bed in the room. Besides that, the bathroom was in a separate room, which was even smaller than Tianyang's room in the Raging Serpent and only had enough room to fit a medium-sized bathtub. Compared to what she was normally used to, the hotel's room couldn't even compare to a pig pen. However, since they were mostly there for the bathtub, they didn't complain too much. Huang Shaoli entered the bathroom first, and she wouldn't come back out for 3 whole hours. Even scrubbing her entire body over 10 times wouldn't require that amount of time, so Tianyang couldn't imagine what she was doing inside. Naturally, he didn't actually spend any time doing such pointless acts. Instead, he focused on improving his cultivation. C1357 Searching for the Huang Family. Chapter 1357 Searching for the Huang Family. 1357 Searching for the Huang Family. After spending 3 hours in the bathroom, Huang Shaoli came out looking like she'd experienced rebirth. Her brown skin had returned to its smooth jade-like complexion. Her sticky and messy hair became as straight as a sword with each strand shimmering like an ocean basked in sunlight. The worst part, her foul smell that was caused by her accident was completely gone, replaced by a sweet fragrance. Thank you for the fresh clothes. I washed the old one for you. Huang Shaoli handed him the first pair of uniforms he gave her in the very beginning. Also, hurry up and wash yourself. You smell like a beggar, she said while pinching her nose. Because she also smelled like a beggar before her shower, she didn't notice the foul smell. However, now that she was completely cleaned up, Tianyang's odor became very distinct and intense to her. "As you wish, princess," Tianyang jokingly said as he entered the bathroom. He came back out half an hour later to see Huang Shaoli lying on the bed, seemingly deep asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, he sat on the cold floor and returned to his cultivation. Huang Shaoli would not wake up for another 2 days. "Ah! I fell asleep by accident," she exclaimed when she woke up. "Don't worry, it was only 2 days this time," he smiled. "2 days? I didn't try to wake you up this time if you're wondering." Huang Shaoli felt really guilty for wasting so much time when it could have been spent looking for her parents, but she couldn't help herself, as she was exhausted from all that traveling. "Are you ready to look for your parents?" Tianyang asked. "Of course," she said as she jumped off the bed. "Wait, before we leave, I think you should disguise yourself a little." "Huh? What's wrong with my appearance?" She raised an eyebrow. "You will attract too much attention if you go out in that appearance," he explained. Huang Shaoli blushed after hearing his words. Does this mean he actually finds me attractive? He's not blind, after all. She felt relieved to know that Tianyang was not someone who couldn't see beauty. Had been acting so normal around her that she'd begun to doubt her own beauty. "Give me a minute." Huang Shaoli retrieved a box of makeup and proceeded to apply it to her face. In mere minutes, Huang Shaoli changed her appearance from that of a peerless beauty to an extraordinarily handsome young man. This shocking transformation that was done with pills greatly surprised Tianyang, who didn't know the capabilities of a woman's makeup until this moment. To make her disguise even more convincing, Huang Shaoli tied her hair into a ponytail just like Tianyang. "What do you think?" she asked him afterward, her tone carrying a hint of pride. "Makes me wonder if I've been looking at your real face or not this entire." Huang Shaoli suddenly swung her leg at him, interrupting him. "I'm just joking." Tianyang released her leg shortly after catching it. "You look like an actual man, I'm quite impressed. I wanted to look a little less beautiful, but it's hard to do so without making my face look unnatural," she said, unknowingly sounding narcissistic. Tianyang did not respond to such words. Sometime later, they left the room and went downstairs. "Oh, perfect. I was going to let you know that you only have 1 day left," the manager said to them. "If you want to continue using the room, you have to pay for another 3 days right now. If not, you won't be able to keep the room if someone else were to rent it even if you are still living in it. You can check us out now since we won't be coming back," Tianyang said. "If you say so." Tianyang returned the room key before leaving the building. "How should we go about finding my family?" Huang Shaoli asked. "We can start by asking around. We should start with the merchants since they have been here the longest and would have seen the most people," he suggested. "Sounds good." They approached the merchants and began their search. "Hello, I am looking for some people. Have you seen a family of 3 around recently? They should have a young boy around 10 years old with them," Huang Shaoli asked. However, the merchant remained silent, only throwing up a money sign using his hand. Huang Shaoli didn't hesitate and handed him 5 spirit stones. "I haven't seen them," the merchant said. Huang Shaoli felt like she got scammed again, but there was nothing she could do. She repeated the same thing with the other merchants. "Have you seen a family of 3 with a young boy recently? Have you seen a middle-aged man at the 3rd level spirit lord recently?" "You have? Really? Was he with a woman and a young boy?" At the end of the day, Huang Shaoli had spent almost 300 spirit stones without obtaining any information about her family. "I knew it wouldn't be easy, but this is." Huang Shaoli had a dejected look on her face. Then she became angry. Half of them were scammers and the other half were liars. "I can't believe the people in this place. Is there not a single decent person in this place? You aren't used to the real world, are you?" Tianyang could tell that she had lived a sheltered life and was still naive about how the world operated. "Is it really that obvious?" She sighed. "Yes." He nodded without hesitation. I have spent most of my life at home with most of my knowledge taught by my parents. I've only started seeing the outside world when I joined the Immortal monastery as a disciple, she admitted to having a lack of experience. You may be naive now, but you have plenty of time to learn and grow. Tianyang tried to comfort her. Thank you. She responded with a forced smile. C1358 Teleportation Array. Chapter 1358 Teleportation Array. 1358 Teleportation Array. If you have the time to complain, let's use it to continue our search, Tianyang said to her. Okay. After spending a few more days asking thousands of people around the southern stronghold, they were still unable to find Huang Shaoli's parents. Hey, Tianyang, you came here to train, right? Are you sure you want to spend so much time here? I think I can do this by myself. Huang Shaoli suddenly said to him. I've had enough life or death situations for now, I want to take it easy for a bit, he calmly said. Moreover, I am still trying to solidify my previous breakthrough. Until I am fully used to my new strength, it'll help you. Thank you. Huang Shaoli mumbled. With that being said, we've spent an entire week in this place without learning anything about your family. I think it's safe to assume that they never made it here, he continued a moment later. What else can we do? It's not like we can go to the other cities. We'll most likely die before we even make it there. Huang Shaoli released a hopeless sigh. Tianyang maintained a moment of silence before speaking. Actually, there is a way to visit the other cities without encountering any magical beasts, but it'll be very expensive, hence why I hadn't brought it up until now. What method? The array masters have made a breakthrough in their techniques not long ago. They call it the teleportation array, which will allow anyone to teleport from array to array as long as these arrays are set up. However, it costs a tremendous amount of spiritual energy for each use, so they have to keep feeding the array spirit stones or treasures to keep it functioning. I've heard my father mention this teleportation array to his fellow array masters before. Huang Shaoli said. Your father was an array master? Tianyang didn't know this and was quite surprised to learn it, as array masters are rare existences in the divine heavens. Yes, he's only a level 2 array master though. That's still plenty impressive. Anyways, these teleportation arrays are available on the Desolate continent, correct? How much would it cost to use these arrays? Huang Shaoli proceeded to ask. I'm not sure since they price it based on the distance. It could be anywhere from several hundred spirit stones to several thousand, if not even more. If it's just several thousand, it won't be a problem, she declared in a confident tone. Tianyang was speechless, and he asked what had been on his mind for some time now, just how rich are you? I only have about 300,000 spirit stones left, she responded nonchalantly. Only 300,000? That's a lot. Why are you even carrying around so much money? Tianyang exclaimed in a shocked voice. I don't usually carry so much with me, but since we were going to the Desolate continent, known for rare treasures, I planned on buying a thing or two. She said. Just so you know, I always have less than 10 spirit stones in my possession. And it's not because I keep the rest somewhere else. I am simply broke. Tianyang said in a somewhat prideful manner, leaving Huang Shaoli speechless. How is it even possible to have so little when you are a spirit lord? You also do a lot of risky sect missions. That alone should have given you a decent amount of money. I use them immediately to boost my cultivation. That way, if someone tries to rob me, I won't have much to give them and therefore won't feel bad about it. That is such a weird way of thinking, you won't think like that once you get robbed. Tianyang shrugged. So you've been robbed before? Plenty of times. Is that really something to be proud of? Of course. Most robberies end up as murder, so it's impressive to remain alive after being robbed many times. Anyways, let's head to the teleportation array, said Tianyang. Okay, but where will we go? Let's head to the western stronghold first, then we can go to the northern stronghold and eastern stronghold. Well, save the central stronghold for last. Tianyang didn't want to say it out loud, but the chances of the Huang family surviving the other cities were near zero. If her family had been teleported to anywhere that isn't near the southern stronghold, they would most likely perish to magical beasts before reaching the city, he sighed inwardly. He harbored the assumption that Huang Xiaoli's family might no longer be in this world, a weighty realization that he chose to keep to himself. Nonetheless, he remained committed to assisting her in the search. They arrived at the teleportation array sometime later. It will cost 5,000 spirit stones for one of you to reach the western stronghold, said the array master managing the teleportation array. F5,000. Tianyang broke into a cold sweat after hearing such a large figure. He could cultivate for decades with 5,000 spirit stones. I understand. Haray's 10,000. Huang Xiaoli handed over the money without hesitation. Her actions caught the attention of several people there. In these people's eyes, Tianyang and Huang Xiaoli were young and fat sheep that could easily be exploited. Yuan felt their gazes but decided to remain silent. After entering the teleportation array, they were instantly teleported to the western stronghold. Let's go. Tianyang suddenly grabbed Huang Xiaoli's hand the moment they exited the teleportation array and started running away, dragging her along. Huh? What happened? Startled by his actions, Huang Xiaoli asked in a puzzled tone. Because you carelessly took out so much money, we've attracted some bad people. He briefly explained. What? That's ridiculous. Sure enough, shortly after they left the teleportation formation, another group of people that also came from the southern stronghold appeared in the western stronghold. I found them. They are running away over there. One of these individuals pointed at Tianyang while alerting the rest of the group. After them. The group consisted of 4 individuals, and to follow Tianyang using the teleportation array, they had to expend 20,000 spirit stones. Naturally, they assumed that Tianyang and Huang Xiaoli possessed sufficient resources to not only cover their own expenses but also yield additional gains, prompting their decision to pursue the duo. C1359 Targeted. Chapter 1359 Targeted. 1359 Targeted. The pursuers are between the first-level Spirit Lord and the third-level Spirit Lord. We won't be able to win in a direct confrontation. Tianyang thought to himself after sensing their cultivation. Fortunately for him, pursuing someone in the city proved challenging due to the irregular placement of buildings. Additionally, Tianyang, accustomed to being pursued, had acquired the skill of misdirection to evade those chasing him. Sometime later, Tianyang managed to shake off his pursuers by hiding in an isolated alley. We should be safe now. I'm sorry. I was too careless. Huang Xiaoli sighed. No, as the one in charge, I am also responsible. Anyways, those guys all had the same tattoo on their body. Due to the Desolate continent's lawless nature, fugitives and bandits started forming gangs to protect each other and bully the others. If I recall correctly, those guys belong to a gang called the Gold and Money Bandits. They are known for ganging up on the weak. Although their members do not have high cultivation, they are the largest gang in the Desolate continent. What should we do now? She asked. Unfortunately, we won't be able to search for your parents in the open now, as they will actively look for us. Huang Xiaoli bit her lower lip in frustration after hearing this. 17:08 However, Tianyang continued, but if we disguise ourselves with an appearance-reforming pill and change our clothes, we should be fine. Where would we get such a pill? I don't have any on me. Tianyang proceeded to retrieve 2 appearance-reforming pill and handed one to her. I have some. You're really full of surprises. She muttered. Wait. Why didn't you give me this before? I could have used this instead. Do you have any idea how expensive these pills are? They are nearly 50 spirit stones each. If you can disguise yourself without needing it, I'd only be wasting money. He said. Huang Xiaoli was speechless. Also, These pills only work for about 12 hours and I only have enough for the next 3 days. If we can't buy more by then, we'll have to stop looking for your parents. Tianyang warned. We just need to buy more, right? I'll buy as much as we need, she declared in a determined voice. That is if we can find more. With that being said, there should be an abundance of these pills in this sort of place due to its nature. They swallowed the pill a moment later, changing their appearance entirely. What about our clothes? Huang Shaoli asked. I have plain clothes, but I only have one set. You can have it. Tianyang handed her a set of plain white robes. What about you? I'll settle with this for now. He retrieved a black cloak, enveloping his entire body in its folds. Once they were prepared, they left the alley and resumed their search for the Huang family. After a day of normality, Tianyang suddenly noticed people staring at them from a distance. We need to leave right now, Tianyang said to Huang Shaoli through divine sense. He grabbed her hand and immediately began running away. Sometime later, once they were in the clear, he explained, they found us. What? How? Tianyang pondered for a moment before responding, they probably investigated about us. Since we've been asking about your family for several days at the southern stronghold, they can easily spot us if we continue doing the same thing, regardless of our disguise, Omicron M, so we can no longer look for my family without being hunted, she muttered in a low voice. Tianyang didn't know how to respond and remained silent. Even if they traveled to another city, the gold and money bandits had eyes in all 5 cities, so unless they got rid of the gang, their search was essentially over. Why? Why is nothing going right? I am just trying to find my family. Why is the heavens doing this to us? What did we do wrong? Huang Shaoli suddenly released her frustration, tears streaming down her face. Sometime later, Tianyang said, although we can't ask around about your family, we can still look around ourselves. In response to his words, Huang Shaoli sighed with a heaviness that echoed through her words, there's no point. It's evident that the heavens are playing with us. Despite my attempts to cling to hope, deep within, I knew that my family never made it out alive, that I was only denying reality to delay the inevitable. Then how do you explain our escape? Why were we the only ones who survived when we were all being targeted by that sea demon? Tianyang asked. I don't know, and I don't care anymore. I'm tired. I want all of this to end already. Huang Shaoli lowered her head, her eyes devoid of any light, almost as if her soul had died. Tianyang knew that there was nothing he could say that would make her feel better, so he silently sat beside her and patiently waited for her to recover. If I leave now, I will probably live the rest of my life thinking about it. That would be disastrous for my Tao heart, he sighed inwardly. Thus, for the next hour, they would sit in a narrow and isolated alley without uttering a single word to each other. Eventually, Huang Shaoli broke the silence and asked, why are you doing so much for me? I don't deserve it. Tianyang could tell that Huang Shaoli was deliberately saying such things even though she promised not to bring it up again so that he could leave her behind. Just leave me behind. Huang Shaoli sighed inwardly. She lacked the courage to directly ask him to leave, so this was the only way for her to express herself. However, in response, Tianyang suddenly wrapped his arm around her and mumbled in a low voice, I promised your father that I'd protect you, and I am not one to break promises. Huang Shaoli lifted her head and looked at him after hearing his words. My father. She muttered in a dazed voice. C1360 Huang Shaoli's Feelings. Chapter 1360 Huang Shaoli's Feelings 1360 Huang Shaoli's Feelings. When did you promise my father such a thing? Huang Shaoli asked him. After a brief moment of silence, he revealed, when we were being attacked by the sea demon, he communicated with me through divine sense. If you manage to get out of this alive and we don't, please protect my daughter. These were his exact words right before we got separated. Huang Shaoli began bawling her eyes out after hearing this. Father. Mother. Brother. She screamed into her sleeves, releasing all of her built-up anguish. Huang Shaoli cried and cried, soaking her whole sleeve with tears. Eventually, after many minutes of release, Huang Shaoli calmed down. "Thank you, Tianyang. I will stop being so weak. That will be the last time I shed tears," she declared with a determined look on her face. Tianyang smiled. "It's okay to have a moment of weakness now and then. That's what makes us human. What do you want to do next?" He then asked. "I'm going to stop searching for my family and start focusing on improving my cultivation. I want to be strong enough to wipe away the gold and money bandits by myself," she said. She then looked at him and asked, "Do you mind if I follow you to train? I know my cultivation is lacking right now, but I will try my best to not get in your way and catch up." He smiled and said, "How am I going to protect you if you're not by my side?" Huang Shaoli found his smile to be exceptionally handsome for some reason, and she immediately began blushing. "Let's get some rest before we begin our training," he suggested. "Okay." They proceeded to change their disguise with an appearance-reforming pill before looking for a hotel to stay at. Once they found a hotel, Huang Shaoli asked for the largest room that had a bathtub. "It will cost 50 spirit stones per night. Checkout will be at noon," the manager said. Huang Shaoli paid for 7 days in advance. "An entire week? That might be a little too much," Tianyang said as they entered their room, which was decently better than their stay at the previous hotel. "I want to make sure that we're fully rested before we begin our training," she said. "If you say so, not that I am complaining." He didn't have the right to complain since he was essentially leeching off Huang Shaoli's money. After removing their disguises, Huang Shaoli entered the bathroom to wash herself first, followed by Tianyang. When Tianyang came out of the bathroom, Huang Shaoli was sitting by the bed with a pondering expression on her face. "What's on your mind?" he asked. Huang Shaoli turned towards him, and with a silent grace, she rose from the bed, enveloping him in a sudden embrace. "What are you doing?" Tianyang asked in a startled voice. Instead of answering, she asked, "You don't like it?" Hearing no response from Tianyang, Huang Shaoli released him just enough to where they could see each other's faces, revealing her flushed face. In the ensuing moment, she closed her eyes and advanced towards him, her lips subtly pressed forward, her intentions as unmistakable as daylight. Though taken by surprise, Tianyang did not reject Huang Shaoli's kiss and accepted it. Once the kiss ended, the two of them silently stared at each other, unsure of how they should advance. Eventually, Tianyang made the first move and led her to the bed. He proceeded to remove her clothes, to which Huang Shaoli did not object. A few moments later, Huang Shaoli's beautiful and slender body lay exposed on the bed, a sight for Tianyang's eyes to feast upon. He gently caressed her smooth skin with his fingers, eliciting sensations that caused her to tremble. Sometime later, when Tianyang removed his clothes, Huang Shaoli spoke in a bashful voice, "This is my first time, the same goes for me." Tianyang admitted that he had no prior experience, just like her. Soon, the room became filled with Huang Shaoli's voice, resonating with pleasure. Their session would last for many hours until Huang Shaoli fell asleep from exhaustion. When they woke up the following day, they would repeat it with increased intensity. Over the next few days, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli would make love, sleep, wake up, and repeat, almost as if they didn't know how to do anything else. Very few words were shared between them during these sessions, but their actions and responses to said actions were more than enough for them to understand each other. On the 6th day, the day before their time at the hotel was up, they cleaned themselves and spent the rest of their time cultivating and recovering their stamina. They left the hotel on the morning of the 7th day and used the teleportation array to return to the southern stronghold, where they would spend the next few weeks training. Finally, they are gone. The manager signed in relief after seeing Tianyang and Huang Shaoli leave his hotel. Since the walls were thin, all the sound they made during their fun session was overheard by the manager. However, in the manager's view, both Tianyang and Huang Shaoli were men, so one could imagine what was going through his mind when he heard such noises. Fortunately for him, the noises ceased completely on the third day. It was also on that day that Tianyang discovered Huang Shaoli was also an array master, albeit only at level 1, when she created a sound barrier in their room. After they left the hotel, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli left the city to hunt magical beasts. However, since Huang Shaoli's cultivation was too weak for her to fight beside him, she would support him from a safe distance and set up traps using arrays whenever she could. They continued this for the next several weeks. C1361 Training Together. Chapter 1361 Training Together. 1361 Training Together. Look. This monster has a core. Huang Shaoli announced in an excited tone as she dug out a monster core from the magical beast they just slew. This is our second one today. How lucky. Tianyang smiled. They've been hunting magical beasts non-stop for the past month. After killing a magical beast, they would sell its valuable parts to the merchants for money and keep the cores to boost their own cultivation. As for the money they earned through selling magical beast parts, they would use it to purchase appearance-reforming pills and medicine. Any leftovers would be used to further boost their cultivation. They would stop hunting at the end of every week to spend a day in a hotel in order to clean themselves among other things at night. During this month-long period, Tianyang increased his cultivation to the 3rd level Spirit Lord. Huang Shaoli saw the biggest improvements, reaching the peak of Spirit Grandmaster. When Tianyang saw how fast Huang Shaoli was advancing, it reminded him of his own lack of talent. Despite most of the resources going towards him, Huang Shaoli was still advancing faster than he did at her level. It's been a little over 2 months since they started their journey to the Desolate Continent, and they have spent about a month and a half on the Desolate Continent itself. How long do you plan on staying in this place? Huang Shaoli asked him as they lay on the bed at the end of their love session. I applied for 3 months of leave, and I intended to spend at least a month training here, he said. In that case, you are already late since it will take us at least another month to return to the sect. I know. You're not worried about punishment? I heard they could be quite severe, she said in a worried tone. This won't be my first time staying outside the sect longer than I am supposed to, and I have a friend at the sect to rely on during such times. What about you? You're a fellow disciple, too. I requested 4 months of leave so I still have some time, she said. Even if I return to the sect late, my situation should give me some leeway. Despite mentioning her family's situation, Huang Shaoli only sounded a little melancholic, a testament to how much she had grown since then. There is a ship sailing to and from the Desolate Continent at the beginning of every month, so we can leave in 2 weeks. Tianyang said. What will you do once you return? Do you have any other family members at home? He suddenly asked. I'm not sure, but I still have my grandparents, she said. How about your family? I'm the only one left, he calmly said. Oh. I'm sorry. Don't be. In fact, I don't know anything about my real parents. According to the village I grew up in, I was abandoned there shortly after birth. I was adopted by a single mother who was living alone with her daughter, who became my sister. They were killed before I turned 10, and I have been living alone since then. That's... Huang Shaoli was shocked by his background, which she was learning about for the first time. Their conversation ended shortly after, and they fell asleep a little later. They continued their training the following day. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Let's start making our way to the docks, said Tianyang after they cleaned their bodies at the hotel. All right. The docks were located about 100 miles away from the southern stronghold, so it didn't take too long for them to reach their destination. At the docks, a massive ship was stationed with some people already boarding it. That must be the swimming dragon, Huang Shaoli said after seeing the dragon's head at the front of the ship. There were 3 different ships that traveled to and from the Desolate Continent. The Raging Serpent, the Wandering Koi, and the Swimming Dragon. However, with the Raging Serpent destroyed by the Flying Leviathan, there were only 2 working ships now. Let's get our room, Tianyang said as he approached the dock. Huang Shaoli happily followed along. However, just as they took a couple of steps, the ground suddenly shook violently, reminiscent of the event that occurred nearly 3 months ago with the sea demon. What's happening? Just as Huang Shaoli spoke, a black wall suddenly erupted from the edge of the land, enveloping the entire desolate continent like some kind of dome. This black dome covered the entire sky, blocking everything except sunlight. In the wake of the black dome's emergence, an authoritative voice echoed across the desolate continent. The desolate continent has just been sealed. No entry or exit shall be permitted until the entity known as Colossal is exterminated. Shortly after this announcement, the world started to tremble again as multiple waves of intense spiritual energy swept the desolate continent, almost as though there were multiple immortal experts fighting on the land. What the hell is happening? Who was that speaking? Panicked screaming could be heard coming from the ship in the distance. In fact, everyone on the continent was demanding for answers, but the voice did not return, leaving them to speculate. I don't know what is happening exactly, but it's obvious that someone is trying to hunt the Colossal. Tianyang said to Huang Shaoli, but what does that have to do with us? They can't keep everyone in here because of that. Tianyang looked at the dome in the sky and sighed, when you are powerful enough, you can do anything you want. After all, who will stop you? Anyways, let's get to the ship first. Maybe they can still leave. Tianyang suggested a moment later. Okay. They quickly approached the ship, ignoring the powerful waves of spiritual energy that were constantly sweeping across the continent. C1362 Unable to enter or leave. Chapter 1362 Unable to enter or leave. 1362 Unable to enter or leave. By the time Tianyang and Huang Shaoli arrived at the ship, the swimming dragon was already released from the docks and sailing towards the black wall a few miles away. Should we just ride the ship? Huang Shaoli asked Tianyang, who could simply fly them to the ship. Well, get closer to the ship, but we won't board it just yet, he said, worried that something might happen once the ship reaches the wall. Okay. Tianyang carried her into the sky and chased after the ship. A few moments later, the ship reached the wall, and Tianyang watched as the swimming dragon crashed into the wall. Bang! The instant the front of the ship made contact with the black wall, an unfathomable force emanated from it, repelling the vessel. The swimming dragon soared out of the sea, hurtling dozens of miles into the continent before crashing into the ground. Tianyang and Huang Shaoli's eyes were wide open after witnessing such a scene. I'm glad we didn't get on that ship. Huang Shaoli mumbled in a dazed voice. Yeah. Tianyang nodded in agreement. What should we do now? She asked a moment later. There's nothing we can do but wait it out. The barrier should disappear once these experts slay the Colossal and accomplish their goal. Hopefully it won't take too long. She sighed. After returning to land, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli sat on the ground and patiently waited for the dome to disappear. However, waves of spiritual energy continued to appear even days later, and the black dome still enveloped the continent. This is getting ridiculous. How can they fight for days without rest? Huang Shaoli sighed out loud. These experts have unfathomable prowess. I cannot even tell what their cultivation level is. Tianyang shook his head. Just to fight the Colossal requires one to be a divine king, so they are at least above that level. Divine king, they are truly an existence unfathomable to us, who are still in the spirit realm. Sometime later, Tianyang suggested, since it looks like this will take a while, let's return to the city. Okay. When they arrived at the southern stronghold, Tianyang was surprised to see how many people were in the city. I've never seen this place so crowded before. They can't even walk around without constantly rubbing shoulders. Huang Shaoli was shocked by the scene. Not only was the city brimming with people, but there were also hundreds of individuals camping around the city on the outside. Should we also set up a tent outside? Huang Shaoli asked. I doubt we'll be able to find a room in the hotel anyway. He nodded. They quickly found an empty spot to set up their tent, something they'd purchased during the earlier days of their training. As they prepared their tent, Tianyang could hear the others around them talking to each other. I'm telling you, there are over 100 Divine Realm cultivators fighting the Colossal. I saw it with my own eyes. What were their cultivation levels? I can only sense up to Divine Emperor, and out of the 100 or so experts fighting, I could only sense 3 Divine Emperors, so everyone else must be higher than Divine Emperor. Heavens! This must be an all-out war with the Colossal. Why are they even targeting the Colossal? It doesn't even attack anyone unless provoked. It might be due to a certain rumor. What rumor? According to the rumor, there exists an Immortal's graveyard somewhere within the Desolate continent. This Immortal was a golden Immortal when he was still alive, so he must have left behind some insanely powerful treasure. Some even speculate that the Colossal has something to do with that Immortal, that it might be the key to finding the Immortal's graveyard. There's no way. How many cultivators have reached the realm of Golden Immortal since the beginning of time? Less than 5. If this rumor is true, it would be a historical discovery. Golden Immortal. Tianyang muttered after hearing this information. During this period of time, Golden Immortal was the highest level of cultivation known to man, so it was literally the peak of cultivation. Do you think the rumors are true? Huang Shaoli asked out of curiosity. If it was true, it would make sense why these experts are so desperate to defeat the Colossal. Or they think that the Colossal might have some amazing treasure within its possession, he quickly added. Honestly, that would make more sense. Huang Shaoli agreed. A week later. Tianyang peeked at the sky from inside the tent after his cultivation session ended. It's been 2 weeks now. Just how long does it take for 100 Divine Realm experts to defeat a single opponent? He sighed out loud. Suddenly, someone could be heard shouting in a panicked manner, "Run! Run away! The fight with the Colossal is approaching our direction." What? Shaoli! Wake up! We have to leave right now. Tianyang shook her awake. Huh? What happened? The Colossal is coming here. What? As they exited the tent, a dark figure emerged on the farthest reaches of the horizon. Its size swiftly expanded, indicating its imminent approach. Huang Shaoli still recalled her first encounter with the Colossal as though it happened yesterday, and her body trembled upon seeing it again. As they tore down their tent, Huang Shaoli asked, "Which way should we go?" The Colossal appeared from the west, so we can only go east. What about the teleportation array? We can use that. However, someone else responded to her, the teleportation arrays have stopped working ever since the barrier appeared. We can only move on foot. That's crazy. Once they packed their stuff, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli began running towards the eastern stronghold with hundreds of others moving in the same direction, resembling that of a village migration. C1363 Stuck in a Loop. Chapter 1363 Stuck in a Loop. 1363 Stuck in a Loop. During their journey to the eastern stronghold, they encountered many magical beasts in their path. However, since many people were traveling together, it made things somewhat manageable. With that being said, there were still many casualties. The journey from the southern stronghold to the eastern stronghold took a little over a month with barely any time to rest. We should be safe for a while now. Tianyang sighed after setting up their tent again. Hearing no response, he looked at Huang Shaoli, who was silently gazing at the barrier in the sky. How much longer do we have to keep running? This isn't that much different from our encounter with the flying Leviathan. She mumbled in a dazed voice. Are we caught in some kind of loop where we are constantly running away from entities that we cannot even imagine fighting? Unfortunately, this is simply how life for weaklings like us works. Is there truly nothing we can do? She sighed. We can only continue to improve ourselves until the day that we no longer have to run arrives. We will probably be long dead before that happens. While that is very likely, we won't know until we reach that point. Huang Shaoli asked with a slight smile on her face, "How are you able to remain calm and positive all the time?" What is your secret? He shook his head. There is no secret. I just find it pointless trying to worry about such things. The fact you can do that is impressive enough, but that's also what I love about you. Time continued to pass. 1 week. 2 weeks. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. It has been 5 months since the desolate continent became isolated from the rest of the world, and news of its situation had already spread throughout the divine heavens. Damn it. That reckless idiot hasn't returned to the sect for half a year, but his life jade slip is still working, so he's obviously not dead. That idiot must have gone to the desolate continent. Elder Sun kicked her table in frustration. If you are that worried about him, why don't you go there and save him? Someone suggested. That isn't possible as long as that barrier is around the desolated continent. In the first place, this isn't a situation that can be handled by a single individual. If you complain to your family, don't bring them up. I left them for a reason, and I won't go back no matter what. Whatever you say. Despite her words, Elder Sun was already contemplating asking her family for help. Meanwhile, Tianyang and Huang Shaoli traversed nearly the entire desolate continent during the past 5 months, moving from city to city whenever the Colossal got close. Tianyang's cultivation continued to progress and eventually reached 5th level Spirit Lord, while Huang Shaoli surpassed Spirit Grandmaster and entered the realm of Spirit Lord, quickly catching up to Tianyang. After spending so much time sealed within the desolate continent, they have long stopped wondering when the barrier will be removed and focused on improving their new lifestyle and increasing their chances of survival. Our supply of appearance-reforming pills will be running out very soon. Huang Shaoli warned Tianyang. Not only did they have to run from the Colossal, they also had to avoid the gold and money bandits. Even with their current situation, the lawless nature refused to stop. In fact, it even got worse. They tried to travel without their disguises a month into their confinement, but they were immediately recognized by the bandits, forcing them to continue relying on disguises. They started using the appearance-reforming pills sparingly and purchased any they could find, but that wasn't enough to keep them from running out of supply. Even my makeup has run out. She sighed. We are already traveling separately from the group, so there's really nothing else we can do. Tianyang shook his head. Why are these damn bandits so persistent anyway? Huang Shaoli stomped the ground in anger. Omicron M, considering how nobody can enter the land and people are lying left and right, they are probably running out of people to bully. Tianyang said. Also, the fact that we've killed several of their members most likely has something to do with it. That's called self-defense. Murder is still murder. I swear that if we get out of here alive, I will come back in the future to eradicate every last one of them. Huang Shaoli bellowed. Oh. I'd love to see how you plan on doing that. A foreign voice suddenly responded to her threat. Who's there? Tianyang and Huang Shaoli immediately went into a combative stance. In response, over 20 people emerged from the shadow, surrounding them. How did I not notice this many people around us? That's impossible. Tianyang was shocked. Are you bastards from gold and money bandits? Huang Shaoli glared at them with killing intent. We're not just from the gold and money bandits, we are the gang. The voice resounded, and it came from a middle-aged man, who was emitting the prowess of a spirit king. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I am the leader is what it means. The man laughed. Tianyang gritted his teeth as he tried to find a way out of their predicament. However, their opponents had a spirit king on their side, who could easily kill both of them by himself. There was simply no way to escape. How did you find us? Tianyang asked. It wasn't difficult. In fact, we could have located you whenever we wanted during these last few months. The only reason we didn't was simply because there were bigger fishes out there to hunt. What do you want from us? Tianyang asked. A cold grin appeared on the leader's face as he spoke. Just one thing, your life. After a pause, he corrected himself. Actually, that would be 2 things since there are 2 of you. C1364 Deceiving Himself. Chapter 1364 Deceiving Himself. 1364 Deceiving Himself. Xiao, listen to me. While I try to block them, you need to run away as fast as possible. Tianyang said to Huang Xiao through divine sense. What? No way. I will not leave you here to die alone. If you're going to stay here and fight, so will I. She immediately rejected his plan. Damn it. This isn't the time to be stubborn. I promise to protect you, so just listen to me and let me protect you. Despite telling her to run away, Tianyang knew there was essentially no chance he could block them long enough for her to escape, and he was only trying to deceive himself. Do you seriously think you can escape in this situation? The leader suddenly laughed out loud, almost as if he could hear their conversation. Why do you want to kill us? We've never done anything to offend you. Huang Xiao shouted. But you killed several of my men though? That's self-defense. Then you can consider this as self-defense, too. The leader laughed maniacally. Tianyang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Xiao, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Because I have failed to keep my promise. I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you. Nonsense. We can survive this. Just as Wed survived until now. Tianyang didn't respond. Talking between yourselves again? Go ahead. I'll let you say your goodbyes since I am a good person. The leader said. In the following moment, Tianyang suddenly moved. However, he didn't move to attack the bandits. He appeared right beside Huang Xiao and grabbed her hand. I love you, he muttered to her in a low and gentle voice. I love. The moment Huang Xiao opened her mouth to respond, Tianyang, using all his strength, tossed her into the air and away from the bandits. Run! He shouted at her. The leader sneered at his pointless attempt and spoke in a commanding tone, half of you go hunt that escaped rat. Seeing this, Tianyang tried his best to block them. However, he wasn't able to block a single one from chasing after Huang Xiao. What can a powerless man like you do? The leader of the gang blocked Tianyang from his attempt. Get out of my way. Tianyang unleashed all of his cultivation and attacked the leader. Why struggle when you know it'll be in vain? The leader casually deflected his attack. The difference between Spirit Lord and Spirit King was like heaven and earth. There was simply no chance for a talentless person like Tianyang to overcome such a hurdle. However, the leader didn't immediately kill Tianyang and toyed with him by giving him minor injuries, almost as if the leader wanted his opponent to bleed to death. Many minutes of struggling later, the other bandits returned, and in their grasp was Huang Xiao's lifeless body. Tianyang lost his strength when he saw her corpse. Oh. Took you guys long enough. The leader said to them. The bandit carrying her corpse tossed her body onto the ground like trash and said, the bastard was stronger than expected and even managed to kill two of us. Omicron M. The leader raised an eyebrow when he saw Huang Xiao's appearance. Huh? Who is this woman? Ah, she was a woman disguised as a man. We didn't realize it until we killed her. The bandit sighed. Truly a pity. We could have had so much fun with a beauty like her. The leader shook his head. He continued, whatever, I'm sure some of the guys back at the base are into this kind of stuff. Keep her corpse for now. Roger. Tianyang remained frozen, almost as though he had turned into stone, his eyes void of light. Hey, are you still alive? The leader suddenly pierced his sword into Tianyang's stomach. Seeing not even the slightest reaction from Tianyang, the leader sighed, how boring. He raised his arm in preparation to behead Tianyang. Right as the leader pulled his sword back, one of the bandits suddenly screamed in a terrified voice, Leader. Behind you. Huh? The leader turned around to see a massive ball of flames flying towards them. What the foo? Boom. The ball of flames landed near them, exploding viciously. The leader and half of the bandits there instantly turned to charcoal from the flames while everyone else was blown away by the explosion, including Tianyang, who barely managed to escape the flames because the leader had stood in front of him and blocked most of it. Unbeknownst to them, the ball of flames had been launched by one of the experts fighting the Colossal. Upon missing its target, the ball of flame disappeared into the horizon and happened to land by Tianyang. Fuck. The leader's dead. Run before another attack comes. The surviving bandits scrambled away, ignoring Tianyang, who looked as good as dead anyway. Several days later, someone approached Tianyang's corpse-like body cautiously. Wow, how is this bastard still alive with such injuries? A young man's voice exclaimed in a surprised tone. After a moment of silence, the young man spoke again. Your determination to live must be quite impressive. I cannot allow such a warrior to die like this. The young man proceeded to retrieve a vial of an unknown substance and poured it into Tianyang's mouth. Within moments, the injuries on Tianyang's body started recovering at a rapid rate. A few minutes later, Tianyang slowly opened his eyes. When he sensed something next to him, Tianyang subconsciously attacked. Get your dirty hands off her, you bastards! Tianyang roared. Whoa! The young man swiftly evaded his attack and distanced from Tianyang. Calm down, buddy. I'm not here to hurt you. After coming to his senses, Tianyang looked around frantically. Where are the bandits? Where's Xiao? I haven't seen any bandits, nor do I know who this Xiao is. The young man shrugged. Who are you? Tianyang asked the young man with gold-colored hair. Where are your manners? You should introduce yourself first before asking for another's identity. Whatever, I am in a good mood so I will look past it. I'm Kulas, what about you? The young man introduced himself. C1365 Immortal Ensnaring Vault. Chapter 1365 Immortal Ensnaring Vault. 1365 Immortal Ensnaring Vault. Tianyang, huh? Why were you on the brink of death, Tianyang? Kulas asked him. After hearing this question, he recalled everything that had happened to him before he was knocked unconscious, followed by a tsunami of emotion that consumed him with anguish. Xiao. He ignored Kulas and ran to the crater created by the ball of flames. However, there was no sign of Huang Xiao. The ball of flames that appeared out of thin air had erased all signs of the bandits along with Huang Xiao's corpse. Tianyang fell to his knees and started bawling his eyes out. Xiao. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ah. Tianyang released a deafening howl that carried immense anguish and anger. Kulas watched this scene unfold before him with a serious expression on his face. Even though he didn't know the situation, even a blind man could tell that something tragic had occurred to Tianyang. Remained in the kneeling position for many hours on end without moving a single muscle. Eventually, Kulas approached him from behind and spoke in a gentle voice. I don't know what happened, but you clearly have unfinished business. Are you going to sit there until you die from anguish, or are you going to do something about it? Tianyang was unresponsive. Kulas continued trying. This Xiao, was she your lover or something? Tianyang's body had a slight reaction when he heard her name. Seeing this, Kulas continued, judging by the scene, it's been several days since whatever happened here ended. You've managed to survive so many days with injuries that would have killed someone else over 100 times. Your determination is unfathomable. I know you are not someone to give up no matter how bad things get. My injuries. Did you heal them for me? Tianyang suddenly asked. That's right. I had a feeling that you weren't meant to die here, so I fed you some medicine. Kulas, correct? That's right. Thank you, Kulas. Tianyang wiped his face and slowly stood up. He lifted his head and stared at heaven with a profound expression on his face. The barrier, it's gone. At that moment, Tianyang realized the barrier that had ensnared the desolate continent had vanished. The immortal ensnaring vault? It was lifted 3 days ago. Kulas revealed. Huh? Tianyang looked at him with wide eyes. Why do you know? After a brief pause, his face twisted with anger. Don't tell me you are responsible for that barrier. What? Kulas reacted to his accusation with shock. That's quite the accusation. Do I look like someone who could deploy such a priceless treasure? That was something done by the Immortal clans. Immortal clans? What are you talking about? Tianyang frowned. You really don't know anything, huh? Well, I don't blame you. Kulas shrugged. Omicron M, he continued, the barrier that sealed this place for half a year is called the Immortal Ensnaring Vault, a treasure owned by one of the 9 Immortal clans. It was activated to prevent the key from escaping when the Immortal clans worked together to subjugate it. Key? Are you talking about the Colossal? Yes, the Colossal was a key to open the Immortals' graveyard sealed within this land. If the Immortal clans hadn't sealed this place, the key would have escaped. Anyways, the Immortal clan succeeded in eliminating the key and revealed the entrance to the Immortals' graveyard. Now everyone around the divine heavens is rushing to this place to enter the Immortals' graveyard. Tianyang gritted his teeth after learning this information. Because of these Immortal clan bastards, Xiao had to suffer and die an undeserving death. He clenched his fists so hard that it began to bleed. Why you should keep such words to yourself? If anyone from the Immortal clans were to hear you, they would have skinned you alive. Kulas nervously said as he looked around to ensure they were alone. 9 Immortal clans. I swear I will make you pay for this. Tianyang's eyes flickered with a vicious light. Hey, what do you think about visiting the Immortals' graveyard with me? Kulas suddenly said. I decline. Tianyang frowned, his reluctance etched across his face. Why not? Why should I? He immediately rebuked. Well, for one, you can acquire all kinds of powerful treasures if you're lucky, and if you're fated, you might even acquire the Immortal's legacy. If you had that, standing at the peak of the world wouldn't be a fantasy. As for the second reason, you kind of owe me for saving your life, you know? Kulas chuckled. Tianyang fell silent and began pondering. Why me? No special reason. I just think we were brought together by fate, and I admire your tenacity. If I had a guy like you around, my chances of survival would surely increase. What kind of bullshit reasoning is that? Tianyang snickered. But it is true that I owe him for saving my life, he sighed inwardly. Think about it. There's a reason that even geniuses from top sects are scurrying to come here. He's right. This could be an opportunity for me to finally achieve my dreams. Of course, I'm not forcing you to come with me. I'm just asking as a friend. Since when did we become friends? I'm not sure. A few moments ago, I suppose? Kulas laughed heartily. Tianyang rubbed his eyes and sighed. All right, I will accompany you to the Immortal's graveyard. Kulas' eyes immediately brightened. Hell yeah. That's what I am talking about. The entrance will be opened in 2 days' time, so we should just barely make it to witness the opening if we move out now. Follow me. Right as Tianyang prepared to follow Kulas, he noticed a subtle glint in the corner of his eyes. That's, Tianyang immediately went to pick up the object shining on the ground. Xiao. He muttered in a low voice as he recognized the object as Huang Xiao's spatial ring. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Kulas called for him from a distance. Tianyang tightly held the ring and pressed it against his heart before muttering in a resolute voice, I swear, I will seek justice for you even if it's the last thing I do. C1366 Definition of Talent. Chapter 1366 Definition of Talent. 1366 Definition of Talent. After putting away Huang Xiao's storage ring, Tianyang went after Kulas, who was waiting for him in the distance. What did you find on the ground? Kulas asked him with a curious gaze. A purpose, he responded in a cold voice. Seeing his serious expression, Kulas didn't question further. Instead, Tianyang inquired more information about the Immortal's graveyard. Tell me more about this Immortal's graveyard. Kulas nodded and shared his knowledge. The Immortal's graveyard's official name is Han Zexian's tomb. Han Zexian was one of the top golden immortals, but he vanished about 30,000 years ago. The 9 immortal clans eventually learned that he was last seen in this desolate continent and spent the last 1,000 years looking for him. In the end, all they found was the entrance to a sealed tomb. On the door to the tomb was a clue, which hinted at the Colossal. After eliminating the Colossal, the seal to the tomb was released. Tianyang took a moment to digest this information before asking. The 9 immortal clans must have expended an immense amount of resources to deal with the Colossal, since it took them half a year of constant fighting to defeat it. Are they really allowing everyone to enter it? Sounds a little suspicious. Even the 9 immortal clans wouldn't dare to be so selfish. If this was just any ordinary tomb, then they would have been able to do so, but Han Zexian was no ordinary cultivator. He was the first cultivator to ever reach Golden Immortal, and he helped the cultivation scene advance tremendously. He was a public figure who shared his experience and knowledge with as many people as he could. If the 9 immortal clans were to dare take his tomb for themselves, you can imagine how the world would react. Han Zexian. Tianyang mumbled. He's heard of this name several times during lectures at the sect, but he never really cared too much about it. Though, there is one caveat for making the tomb public. The 9 immortal clans get to send in their people first, and nobody can enter for the first 7 days. After the 7-day period ends, it will be a free-for-all. But the tomb will open in 2 days, so there are still 9 days before we can enter? Indeed. I came here early to witness the opening of the tomb. Kulas nodded. A few minutes later, they encountered a magical beast in the Spirit Emperor realm. Don't worry, I got this. Kulas suddenly charged at the magical beast without any hesitation. Wielding 2 gauntlets on his fists, he released a powerful punch, striking the magical beast directly between its eyes and killing it in a single strike. He's a Spirit Emperor at such an age? He must be a genius from a renowned sect. Tianyang was greatly surprised. It was no wonder he couldn't sense Kulas' cultivation. As long as we don't encounter any spirit sovereigns or above, they'll get rid of them, Kulas said as he removed his gauntlets. How old are you? Tianyang asked out of curiosity. I'm 20 years old, he calmly said. Tianyang was speechless. Kulas was half his age but had already become a Spirit Emperor. The difference in their talent was so vast that he didn't even want to think about it. At 20 years old, Tianyang was still a mere spirit apprentice. While he most likely started cultivation much later than Kulas, it wouldn't have made a difference. Even if Tianyang started at the moment of his birth, he wouldn't have been a Spirit Emperor by now. Kulas saw the look of defeat on Tianyang's face and smiled. Talent isn't everything in this world. Tianyang looked at him and sneered, that's easy to say for someone as talented as you. Kulas shook his head and said, while I may seem talented in your eyes, there are countless geniuses more talented than me. If you ask me what I think is more important than talent, it would be one's fate. No matter how talented one may be, if you were not fated to achieve great things, what use is such talent? Countless geniuses above me have perished before they even got the chance to flourish. What use is fate if you have no talents? You'd still live a life as a powerless ant. Kulas smiled and said, that's the thing, you don't know what fate has in store for you until it happens. While you may be born without talents, who's to say that you won't acquire talents in the future? Acquiring talents? That's nonsense, Tianyang sneered. I don't know what your definition of talent is, but one's talent is not set in stone. There are countless treasures and mythical techniques out there that can turn someone ordinary into a dragon overnight. Tianyang could not deny Kulas' words. Kulas suddenly continued, why do you think places like the Immortal's graveyard exist? So the rich could get richer? So the talented could become even more powerful? While that is certainly possible and happens all the time, I believe their main purpose is to attract the one with the strongest fate. Who knows, you might acquire Han Zexian's legacy and become a dragon. Yeah, right. Kulas looked at him with a profound smile and said, "That said, I think you're already quite talented." "Me? Talented? Ha! That's the funniest joke I've heard all decade long. Being able to survive is also a talent. I can tell at a glance that you're someone who has encountered countless life or death situations, more than anyone that I know. Despite having less talent than those geniuses I know, you've managed to survive this long. If that isn't a talent, I don't know what is. You call that talent? If so, I'd rather not have such talents. What's the point if I keep barely managing to survive like a beggar? That's just called a struggle. I guess it won't be easy to change your mind, but I'm sure you'll eventually realize the truth." Kulas laughed heartily. What a weird fellow. Xianxia shook his head inwardly. C1367 Immortal Clans. Chapter 1367 Immortal Clans. 1367 Immortal Clans, we're here. Kulas declared when they arrived at an empty plot of land that stretched for miles after traveling for almost an entire day. Xianxia calmly analyzed the scene before him. There were hundreds if not thousands of people already gathered there, with 9 distinctive groups of people at the very front, all of them standing before a massive gate laid on the ground. This gate appeared to be made of stone, and it had the word Han engraved on it. Furthermore, it was laid directly on the floor, almost as though it was the doorway to an underground world. "Those people standing in the very front are from the 9 immortal clans," said Kulas. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately memorized the faces of everyone from the 9 immortal clans, as well as their distinctive uniforms. These bastards are responsible for Xiaoli's death. Xianxia subconsciously emitted killing intent through his gaze. When Kulas noticed this, he immediately slapped Xianxia in the back and muttered in a low voice, directing killing intent at the immortal clans, "Are you insane? You're a dead man if they noticed it." "Sorry, that wasn't my intention." Xianxia apologized, kicking himself for failing to control his emotions. "I don't know why you're acting like this, but you need to keep yourself in control, or you're dead before you even step foot inside the tomb." "I know." Xianxia clenched his fists. Unbeknownst to Xianxia, some of the experts from the 9 immortal clans had noticed his killing intent, but when they saw that he was a mere spirit lord, they immediately disregarded him, as they saw no threat in him. "Let's get in line," Kulas said to him a moment later. Xianxia and Kulas went to stand behind the others. There was a large gap between the 9 immortal clans and the others. As time passed, more and more people showed up to the scene. However, not everyone went to the back of the line like Xianxia. If these people belonged to influential families or were renowned figures in the divine heavens, they would move to the front, standing directly behind the 9 immortal clans. In some special cases, the 9 immortal clans made exceptions for several individuals, allowing them to enter within the first 7 days. The rule first come first served did not apply here. If one had the strength to back them up, they could easily move to the front of the line. After all, what could the rest of them do besides blame themselves for lacking in strength? A day later, the moment arrived for the tomb to be unveiled, drawing hundreds of thousands of cultivators to witness the historical event. The 9 immortal clans' representatives stood before the door on the ground, but before opening it, he declared in a loud voice, "As agreed upon, the 9 immortal clans will enter the tomb first. Regardless if you are a sect leader or a rogue cultivator, everyone else must wait 7 full days before they are allowed to enter, or they will immediately be killed. There will be no exceptions." The representative proceeded to open the door by placing an item on it. The doors opened inwardly the next moment, unveiling the entrance to another dimension. Suddenly, before anyone from the 9 immortal clans could even move, several dozen figures from the crowd behind them rushed toward the entrance. "Let's see if you can stop all of us at once." However, before these individuals could even get close to the entrance, several experts from the 9 immortal clans moved with such swiftness that all of the rebels were slain faster than one could even blink their eyes. These rebels were not weak by any means. Most of them were spirit emperors and above, with a few even at the divine realm. Nonetheless, they were all slain with a single strike. Most of the people there didn't even bat an eyelid after witnessing such a scene, almost as if they were all expecting a few rebels to appear. Does anyone else want to try? A calm voice resounded a moment later, carrying the pressure of an immortal. The voice was met with silence. A few moments later, the people from the 9 immortal clans jumped into the entrance, disappearing into the ground. Over the next several days, even more people arrived at the site. There are millions of people here. Tianyang swallowed nervously, as had never seen so many experts gathered in one place before. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar presence appearing above him. Huh! When he looked up, he could see a woman staring at him with an enraged expression on her beautiful face. Senior Sun? He immediately recognized her as Elder Sunday. As I thought, you disappeared to this place. Elder Sun landed in front of him. What are you doing here, Senior? You dare ask me such a question after disappearing for nearly a year? Do you want me to beat you right now? Elder Sun reprimanded him as she grabbed one of his ears and began pulling on it with immense strength. Ah! Stop! You'll tear it right off. Tianyang cried out loud. If that'll stop you from doing any more reckless things, it'll tear both of them off. Kulas stared at their performance with an entertained face. Who's this beautiful fairy? He asked. She's a sect elder from my sect. Tianyang said. And who are you? Elder Sun looked at Kulas. Kulas, he smiled. He's my savior. Tianyang added. Savior? Elder Sun raised an eyebrow. Kulas shook his head and said, I didn't do much, honestly. He did most of the surviving. I just happened to come across him and fed him some spare medicine I had. I'm not surprised. He's even more tenacious than a cockroach. Elder Sun said. She suddenly released Tianyang's ear and gave a courteous bow to Kulas. Regardless, I thank you for saving him. Please raise your head, Senior. I only did what was right. Elder Sun turned to look at Tianyang and demanded in a cold voice, You better explain to me everything that happened. C1368 Elder Sun. Chapter 1368 Elder Sun. 1368 Elder Sun. I have to explain everything. Unwanted memories flashed within Tianyang's head, causing his expression to darken. What? Elder Sun was startled by Tianyang's dark expression, which seemed to be filled with anguish. Although she had seen him being down before, especially when one mentioned about his lack of talents, she had never seen such a defeated look on his face. What did he experience during the past year? She swallowed nervously as she wondered. You. What happened to you? She gathered enough courage to ask him a moment later. However, Tianyang remained silent. Seeing this, Elder Sun turned to look at Kulas for answers, but he merely shrugged while shaking his head in silence. Whatever. You don't have to tell me now, but whenever you are ready. Tianyang silently nodded, and his expression relaxed a little. Anyways, our sect will also be participating in this event. They are currently making their way here as we speak. I just happened to arrive first. Elder Sun said, omitting the reason she separated from the sect just to arrive at the desolate continent faster. The sect. Tianyang mumbled. He then asked, Do I have to move with the sect inside the tomb? Of course not. In the first place, many sect elders and even the sect leader himself will be participating, so it's not an activity meant for disciples. While disciples are allowed to participate if they desire, they won't receive any assistance from the sect, so you're by yourself once inside. Elder Sun said. Is that so? Tianyang wasn't surprised. The tomb of a golden immortal attracted experts more than others. It's not like we can compete with them, anyway. Tianyang had already anticipated that the experts would take most of the treasures for themselves while he and the others fought for the leftovers. Kulas suddenly spoke, speaking of inside. None of the people from the 9 immortal clans have returned since they entered the tomb. Normally, they would scout the place first before engaging it fully, but not this time. Either they are really tight on time or they've all perished inside. What? There's no way the 9 immortal clans would perish inside a tomb, even if it belongs to a golden immortal. Elder Sun scoffed at that idea. The 9 immortal clans aren't merely powerful, they represent the most powerful families in the divine heavens. If these formidable forces prove unable to survive Han Zexian's tomb, what hope could the others harbor for survival? Would they not be marching willingly into their own graves? Even if you say that, it's almost been 7 days since they entered, but not a single one of them has returned. Kulas looked at the door with a pondering look on his face. Tianyang looked at Elder Sun and asked, "Do you also plan on participating?" She shook her head, "No, I have no interest in the tomb." "Then why did you even come here in the first place?" Tianyang raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. "I have my own reasons." After a brief pause, she looked at him and continued, "You're entering the tomb, right?" He nodded with a serious expression. "Is there anything I can say that will persuade you otherwise?" Tianyang stayed silent, but his expression was as stubborn as ever. Elder Sun sighed, "How stupid of me to think I could persuade you when it hasn't worked since the beginning. I know you're worried about me, but I have to grow stronger no matter what." "I'm sorry, Senior," Tianyang said. "Who would be worried about a reckless brat like you?" Elder Sun sneered. Then she continued, "Give me your hand, it'll repair the life-saving treasure in you." Huh. However, Tianyang merely reacted with a puzzled look on his face. "What life-saving treasure?" "I don't have anything like that on me," he said. Without explaining further, Elder Sun grabbed his hand and closed her eyes. The following moment, Tianyang could feel her spiritual energy entering his dantian. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel something being restored inside his body. Once she repaired the treasure, Elder Sun opened her eyes to see a baffled look on Tianyang's face. "What is going on?" he inquired again. Elder Sun then explained, "After seeing how you love to court death so much, I planted a life-saving treasure within your body." "When did you do something like that?" Tianyang exclaimed. She sighed, "Long before you even became an inner disciple. However, it never activated until recently." "Recently? How recently?" Tianyang had a premonition that he already knew the answer before even asking. "About a month after you disappeared from the sect, I suppose," Elder Sun answered. Tianyang immediately recalled how he managed to survive the massive sea demon strike. "That was because of the life-saving treasure you'd given me?" Tianyang muttered in a dazed voice. "That's right," she immediately replied. "I don't know what situation you were in at that time, but the life-saving treasure only activates when it senses certain death, teleporting you to the nearest safe place. In that case, at that time, her family had already been, even though he had a suspicion that the Huang family hadn't survived the sea demon's attack, having confirmation was an entirely different matter." "Why? Why didn't you tell me before?" Tianyang suddenly glared at Elder Sun with a hint of anger in his gaze. If he'd known about it beforehand, he could have saved the entire Huang family, and things on the Desolate continent would have played out differently. "We encountered those bastards because we searched for Xiao Li's family. If they had been alive, she could have survived, her entire family could have survived. Why didn't you tell me, Senior Son?" "Why?" Tianyang suddenly shouted at her with tears flowing down his face. Elder Sun was too stunned by Tianyang's outburst to give him a response in time. She could only stare at Tianyang's crying face, something she'd only ever seen once before, and even then, it wasn't as emotional. C1369 Tombs Restriction. Chapter 1369 Tombs Restriction. 1369 Tombs Restriction. After seeing Tianyang's expression, Elder Sun's entire being froze on the spot, her mind blank. Why didn't she tell Xianxia about the life-saving treasure? Because she wanted to surprise him? Because she didn't want it to seem like she cared too much about him? Or was it simply due to negligence? Elder Sun would have had a hard time answering Xianxia's question even if he wasn't staring at her with such an intense gaze. What's happening there? Did he get rejected or something? Isn't he a little too old to cry like a baby? The people around them were entertained by the situation. However, Xianxia quickly regained control over his emotions and muttered, "Please take back the life-saving treasure." Huh? Elder Sun's eyes widened with shock. What are you saying? I don't know why you're angry, but if you're going to explore the tomb, I don't care about that. Just take it back, or I'll do it my way. Seeing the stubborn look on Xianxia's face, Elder Sun merely sighed and silently retrieved the life-saving treasure from his body. There, are you? Right as Elder Sun opened her mouth to speak, Xianxia suddenly bowed to her and said, "Thank you for everything until now, Senior Sunday." Without explaining further, Xianxia turned around and walked away, leaving Elder Sun completely dumbfounded. What is this feeling in my heart? Why does it hurt so much? He's just a mere disciple. Elder Sun wondered to herself as she watched Xianxia's figure disappear into the crowd, as she had never felt such an emotion before. After witnessing what unfolded before him, Kulas spoke in a solemn tone, "I don't know what happened to him, but he was in a miserable shape when I found him, almost as if he witnessed his lover being killed before his eyes. Good luck." Kulas went after Xianxia, leaving Elder Sun alone in a daze. A few people in the crowd saw this as an opportunity to approach Elder Sunday. "Excuse me, fairy, stay away from me, you worms." Elder Sun suddenly glared at them with intense killing intent, sending chills down their entire being. Her presence was so immense that it attracted the attention of several experts. What is that woman doing here? I almost didn't recognize her because of her cultivation, but isn't she? These experts recognized her after staring at her face for a moment, their faces filled with surprise after realizing her identity. Meanwhile, Xianxia finally stopped moving after moving far away from his original location. After calming down, he realized that had directed some of his self-hatred toward Elder Sun after learning that she was responsible for saving him from certain death. Ah. I'm truly pathetic, he sighed inwardly. While it was true that Elder Sun had secretly hidden a life-saving treasure in his body, it wasn't done out of malice but because she was worried for him. Despite that, I pushed my responsibility to her when I saw a chance. If it weren't for Senior Sun, I wouldn't have survived long enough to bond with Huang Shaoli, much less spend so much time with her. Xianxia realized that he should have thanked Elder Sun instead of cutting ties with her. However, this might be for the best. I have relied on her for many years, ever since I was an outer disciple. I cannot rely on her to save me every time my life is in danger for the rest of my life, or I will never truly become strong. He knew that had messed up his relationship with Elder Sun, but he also understood that he could not rely on her forever. It was a bitter way to end such a good relationship, and he might even regret it until the end of time, but there was no going back. There you are. Kulas eventually caught up to him. Sorry you had to see that, and I even left you back there. Xianxia said to him. Kulas did not immediately respond, as he was too distracted by Xianxia's expression. You can still go back and apologize to her, he said a moment later. Xianxia couldn't help but show a bittersweet smile after hearing his words. Apologize? She's not the type to accept an apology like that, and it's not like we had a special relationship. Are you sure about that? Kulas raised an eyebrow. He then continued, even if that was the case, why did you return the life-saving treasure? That was quite the stupid thing to do if you ask me. You're now going to enter the tomb empty-handed. Don't kick yourself later. Xianxia shrugged, if I die inside the tomb, that simply means I wasn't fated to achieve great things in this life. And because I cut ties with Senior Sun, my death won't bother her as much. What a twisted way of thinking, but I don't dislike it. Kulas chuckled. He then continued, it's a pity, especially since that senior was very pretty. Even if she's the prettiest woman in the world, nothing will happen between us. She's a sect elder and I am a disciple. We are fated to walk different paths. Kulas shook his head. Fate works in mysterious ways, and you speak as if you can control or see one's fate, but we both know that isn't possible. What? Right as Tianyang opened his mouth to respond, the surroundings suddenly grew rowdy. What's happening? Is the tomb finally open to the rest of us? It should be about that time now. Tianyang looked around. Kulas used his divine sense to see the situation and said, "They've returned. The 9 immortal clans just left the tomb." After a brief pause, he continued, "But not all of them. Only a dozen people have come out, and we know far more have gone inside. Let's see what they have to say." Sometime later, those who exited the tomb revealed the situation inside the tomb, which greatly surprised everyone there. Regardless of your cultivation, whether you are a spirit emperor or a golden immortal, your cultivation will be restricted to the 9th level spirit king once you enter the tomb, and you are forbidden from leaving the tomb for 7 days. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.